Can't solve the riddles. Only few will make it out alive. It's gonna be you and I.
Electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
try to bring me close and tell me that you care. Was it all so dreaming so was it all so dreaming so and if dreaming's all I have, where does it lead me to? Learning to take a stand, that's too much for you. And if dreaming's all I have, where does it lead me to? Learning to take a stand, that's too much for
Ever since, it's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight. can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. This is where the story ends.
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kick. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marching with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Veigar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
但阿志伤害超高，又是给到了一把鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的机会突破，阿志更没有倒地，所以热射下到，而且还是攻这一波，先把对方推回来，对热射大爆。
They're just going to hit the Baron.
Oh, they see Gory bot. Gory's going to have to teleport up here. Does get the tower first of all, but this is getting absolutely annihilated. Smite fight! Gemini once again will be winning that one, and a big knockout coming out of Sword Art as Rest goes unstoppable. Pretender's going to go down. Gory find the perfect angle. Kyring getting very, very low as Rest just used it all out, but it's going to be at least one kill found here for Jiang. Is even going to get rooted up. Caster very, very low. Jiang not going to be able to find the kill just yet, and he won't be able to find it at all as Gory gets the penta kill.
And Gory started that fight out with finding Pretender off on the side.
有人上半部打着血很残，纳尔现在完成单杀，受伤给到一剑。打兵先交是个兵，对，打到应该就是铁3层3环，他好像是小形态就把人家杀了，没错。拉扯，走位，原地跳跳，对他就是靠普攻跳跟 Q 打满3层哦。哎，好，哇！看一下又要胜败来点吗？那胜败点，胜败就要出事了，直接被锁头。爆海大绝下来，先敲，又敲到2个，胜败在正中央。有一个护盾的保护，这边卷，把3个人给卷了回来。ICU 在后排，把人给直接切走了。16一键逃跑 ，Driver 这时候开了拼死一搏，一个人在打3个，但是他知道打不太过地狱说这波打回来了。这边一头直接撞掉，血量也算好了。这里感觉可以再撞一下。哇，这里一个握感觉伤害非常高，有可能直接被打退了。还要再骑一次车，哎没有啊，是法洛斯开车的。哎，又是一个天雷16，这不考虑去隔壁打另外一款吗？好准！神长是没有大绝的，但是这里在这个窄口绝境撤退走得掉吗？有一个深渊魔眼，在一个大绝，这里说连手绑到之后画了一个星月无双。绝望螺旋的伤害，这里拉瓦交闪，还把鱼手给直接震飞了，拉得开哦。那这里是一波的包夹，这里 W 闪留住之后是敏智在原地当场阵亡，体系也跟着倒下，这个 double Q 又被艾希辅助给拿到。BYG 的节奏非常快，抓到人了，我要报仇。再次站得出来，但这个减稍微有点歪，反而是被恐惧到。但是绝望螺旋，还有的飞人走线没有 R 了，那这里没办法追到底16存活下来，再一个天雷又是。正战空雷的反杀16，毛笔艺术加性格再次发挥。但毛笔这个 QW 是真的有料打得好准哦。接下来一剑走位扭掉这 Q3， Gemini 其实在附近，而665也在路上再 P 的一个 Q3， 这是来自2萨斯他的剑锋，往前开启一个大绝，扭掉了 Q1， 让665是没办法使出虎啸龙吟。 接着花大脚先把 Gemini 给踹走，但后续再一个冥府斜内搭配是破心者 ，W 把 Gemini 给推到塔下，来自塔口的操作链路再飞了回去，上野的 battle DCG 要获得胜利吗？在这里一剑还有机会可以再砍，就在空中把665给砍死，而且还有机会再做，不过是这一剑 double kill， 哇天啊！
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, are you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it.
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In team fights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's dragon practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterfeits against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的，正在投防，阿哲就没有保住，所以热射下到，而且还是攻这一波，并且把对方退回来，所以热射大爆。
They're just going to hit the Baron.
Oh, they see Gory bot. Gory's going to have to teleport up here. Does get the tower first of all, but this is getting absolutely annihilated. Smite fight! Gemini once again will be winning that one. And a big knockout coming out of Sword Art as Rest goes unstoppable. Pretender's going to go down. Corey find the perfect angle. Kyring getting very, very low as Rest just use that all out. But it's going to be at least one kill found here for Jung. Is Eminem going to get rooted up? Casa very, very low. Jung not going to be able to find the kill just yet. And he won't be able to find it at all as Corey gets the penta kill.
And Gory started that fight out with finding Pretender off on the side.
上半部打着血很残，纳尔现在完成单杀受杀，给到一剑。W 先交这个兵，对，打到应该是叠3层3环，他好像是小形态就把人家杀了，没错，拉扯，走位，原地跳，对他就是靠普攻跳跟 Q 打满3层哦。哎，我靠，哇！看一下又要胜败来点吗？那胜败点，胜败就要出事了，直接被锁头。爆海大绝下来，先敲，又敲到2个，胜败在正中央，有一个护盾的保护，这边卷，把3个人给卷了回来。ICU 在后排，把人给直接切走了。16一剑逃跑 ，Driver 这时候开了拼死一搏，一个人在打3个，但是他知道打不太过地狱族，这波打回来了。这边一头直接撞掉，血量也算好了。这里感觉可以再撞一下。哇，这里优感觉伤害非常高，优胜直接被打退了。还要再骑一只车，没有啊，是法洛斯开车的。又是一个天雷16，这不考虑去隔壁打另外一款吗？好准！身上是没有大绝的，但是这里在这个窄口决定撤退，走得掉吗？有一个深渊魔眼，在一个大绝，这里是罗连手绑到之后画了一个熏月无双。绝望螺旋的伤害，这里拉瓦交彩还把优胜给直接震飞了，打得开哦。那这里是一波的包夹，这里 W 闪留住之后是敏智在原地当场阵亡，体系也跟着倒下，这个 double Q 又被艾希辅助给拿到。BYG 的节奏非常快，抓到人了，我要报仇。再次站得出来，但这个减稍微有点歪，反而是被恐惧到，但是绝望螺旋，第2段的飞人走线没有 R 了，那这里没办法追到底，16存活下来，再一个天雷，又是正战空雷的反杀16，毛笔艺术加性格再次发挥。当然毛笔这个 QW 是真的有料打得好准哦。接下来一剑走位扭掉这个 Q3， Gemini 其实在附近，而665也在路上再劈的一个 Q3， 这是来自2萨斯他的剑锋，往前开启一个大绝，扭掉了 Q1， 让665是没办法使出虎啸龙吟。接着花大脚先把 Gemini 给踹走，但后续再一个冥府斜链搭配是破心者 ，W 把 Gemini 给推到塔下，来自塔口的超过6路再飞了回去。上野的 Battle DCG 要获得胜利吗？但这里一剑还有机会可以再砍，就在空中把665给砍死，而且还有机会再做。不过这是一剑 Double Kill， 哇天啊！
getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the PCS. Of course, tonight we will have our contenders group after last night's breakout group, and it will be brought to you again by Riot Games and Carry International. I will once more be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, an incredibly familiar face by this point. It's Low.
Yeah, excited to get started with Group A.
Yeah.
We've got some bangers on today. CFO versus Beyond up first, and then we've got PSG, Frank. And
Yeah.
two teams looking for revenge.
They are, and it's going to be incredible to watch, really, because we haven't seen CFO lose a game since their very first game here of the spring split, and it was against BYG, and now they're really going to have to prove to us that they have actually leveled up and they are able to take down BYG. But on the other side, if BYG want to truly contend for that top 2 placing, for that buy-in playoffs, they really have to get a win here and get that sort of started.
Yep.
Yesterday's results, nothing too surprising. A 2-0 for DCG and a 2-0 for J-Team. But the 2-0 for J-Team was not the easiest one, where Hellpigs in game number 2 really brought it to them.
Yeah.
An incredibly close game, but weren't able to get it done. And so with that, we now have our top 6 100% locked in. And all we're playing for now is that seeding.
Yeah, we'll see who can take the top seed in the second group between DCG and J-Team. Unfortunately for Hellpigs and West Point, I don't think it's even possible anymore, right? Yeah.
No, not possible. Only 2 games left for both of them. They need 3, so won't be possible at all. But everything that is possible, at least for today's games in the contender group, is every single team is still trying to play for first, second. Obviously, PSG got a lot of work to do. They're 2 behind both Frank and CFO, and so they're going to have to get this win here today to bring them to, within 1. BYG, on the other hand, they're only 1 behind both those teams, so if they beat CFO here, that means they are first and second. They will be above CFO, I believe. In general, because they're 2-0 in the head-to-head if they are able to win.
Right, yeah. That's going to be a big advantage for any tiebreakers.
Yes.
CFO, you can't really deny their recent form, though.
No.
They've looked way too good. 2-0ing PSG.
Who do you think's the standout player?
Karsa.
Karsa?
Yeah,
You really
Karsa.
think so? I think Shun. I think Shun has
looked very good.
the most consistent throughout the entirety, and just he's had some absolute heroic games. Karsa, I think he's had a few slow ones. Against PSG, though, he was kind of giga smurfing. That Lee Sin game and the Vi game where he was like 8-1 before it. Yeah, I think against PSG it was Karsa, but I think overall my pick would be Shun.
Yeah, and honestly, Gory's had some standout games.
But he also got solo killed while playing Karma, or LeBlanc. While playing LeBlanc, he got solo killed.
Oh, who killed him?
Pretender.
Oh.
Yeah, do you not remember that? It was against Frank. He solo died to Pretender. Pretender's Nico.
Oh.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
So I'm thinking I'm pretty critical because this team
Gory's
ever
been
since
very up and down here.
Yeah, he's had some massively high highs, some not so high lows. Head-to-head, Driver versus Rest, the 2 top laners going at it once more. 1v1 record for Rest, looking pretty impressive. Finally getting a defeat to his record, I believe in his last 1v1. But Driver, he's 3-2. He's played 5, 1 extra loss. If he does win this one, it would equal themselves up in terms of those win-losses in the 1v1. Let's see what we go for here. The meta of the 1v1s has been consistently changing.
Yeah, I mean, we had ADCs for a while, and Driver recognizes that Rest... Yeah, it seems like ADCs or Pantheon Volibear is just gone. Oh.
This has to be like AD... Yeah, AD in Italy. I was going to say...
So she can never jump on Poppy, but does she need to?
I think the players just tower, right? I think, but we've seen someone try to... By the way, Driver's got Halo Blades.
Oh, okay. So
I don't think...
That longsword is probably turning into a serrated Dirk.
Yeah, I don't think Nidalee needs to jump on Driver. I think it's the other way around. Oh, grounded. Oh my god, are we going to see an instant kill? Not quite. Man, Driver probably wishing he took Flash now. Because that trade did not look particularly close.
Yeah, we do usually see in the range versus melee, a flash, maybe a snowball. But
oh my god, this is an absolute ratio.
Was it Driver who played the Poppy into Volibear?
Yeah, it was. It was. He played Grasp the Undying that time, though.
So every time this guy picks Poppy, it's an absolute stomp.
Yeah, wow, that was... Yeah, you don't even need to hit her into a wall. Obviously, it's nice to, but get on top of her, put up that steadfast presence, and just whack her
jump
down.
Away. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, kind of flawed with how insane this Poppy's looking.
Yeah. I thought it might be a bit difficult for Poppy. She gets poked out by the ranged Nidalee autos, but Driver having none of it.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't believe in it. Rest now. I don't think he's ever willing to get in range of Driver ever again. But if you can't, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Oh.
I'm going to deny Driver's recall, but I don't think Driver will mind too much. He'll still be able to get this wave in ultimately. Holy, that damage is insanity.
Yeah, these trades are not very close. I have never seen that Nidalee skin. Everyone brings out the weird skins in the 1v1.
Yeah. What is the popular one? It's like the Ragdoll one, I think. I don't know.
The only one I remember is Lollipoppy, and that's because back in like Season 3 it had the most cursed
Splash
art I've ever seen. And as we all know now, the best splash art in the game is Commando Garen.
I don't remember what that one looks like. Driver.
In game, he's just wearing like army outfit, but the splash art, it's still like reminiscent of 2012 splash arts, where he's just like, it's just like a Garen and some sunnies, but like the old edition of Garen, you know, not like this god. What is it like? Something Garen, I can't remember.
King.
Yeah,
God King.
something whatever, where it's like all this fancy stuff. None of that. You reckon we're going to see a lot of Smolder again?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I think Smolder is really strong, and with the ADC pool being so limited, yeah, teams are going to love to pick up, you know, any AD they can add to their pool, and Smolder is not too difficult to pick up, you know, to play around as a team or individually, really. We might see some Zeri, too. She got some buffs. She was played in the LCK at least once. I saw that.
Okay, Trade's gone a little bit ahead for the rest. Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, until the Poppy Q comes out. Even trade overall, though.
Yeah, still, I mean, Driver using both of his sums.
Yeah, Barrier's still up for rest.
We might be getting one of these come down to the sudden death. Wait, but Poppy just wins that.
Yeah, you got to take Poppy.
You just yeet her out of the ring.
Yeah, like yesterday, Chi-Chi condemning the
yeah.
Orianna. And this ring seems like it does a lot more damage than the Arena one.
Oh, yeah.
The Arena one takes some time to build up, but as soon as you're in the flames, you're starting to take a lot of damage.
Is he going Youmu's? I guess so.
Yeah. Oh, no, that doesn't build into Youmu's anymore.
Oh, that's right. Youmu's has that weird...
New item.
Yeah, whatever it's called.
Like move speed on it and AD.
Yeah. Okay, that one was a positive trade.
Yeah.
The Driver.
I mean, Rest's getting damage back and grass procs. Driver almost has his ult back up. But he might just wait for his barrier.
Yeah, I think you probably just save it. I mean, you're not at risk of losing a tower at the moment. And, I mean, once the final ring comes through, if you land that ult, then you probably just win.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Rest might be able to pick up his first kill. Oh, lands the spear. Barrier. Oh, my God.
I thought Rest might just go for a 1-for-1 there, but doesn't go for it. He's going to get a plate for this. No, it doesn't go for it either.
Pick it. We just build an AD.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, Rest now decides to stay.
Maybe he's a little bit off an item. Oh my. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, delayed is back a bit more than he needed to, but this is going to have plenty of time to get back to lane.
Oh, I don't know who wins. If it comes down to sudden death and Driver has his ultimate back up, then as long as he lands it, I guess he probably wins. And I guess at that stage, you don't really need to do anything fancy. Just E, W, and then wind it up. So
yeah. I mean, at this point, he maybe just wishes he had Anathemas. Yeah, this gets really hard for Poppy now with Triforce.
Oh, I'm scared for this tower.
Yeah, Demolish and Triforce.
Yeah, and obviously this auto attack steroid that Poppy has, Nidalee has on the E. Driver.
Driver, you don't have time to finish that. Driver. Okay, he did actually. He's gonna have to race the circle back.
Alright, so he has an Eclipse and a Serrated Dirk.
Uh-oh. And the tower's just dead.
He doesn't have a tower. Well,
大哥，我塔怎么变那么软？
damn, it looked really in favor of Poppy up until it wasn't.
CFO going for blue side.
Yeah, so Resh picking up his 1v1 win means he's, I believe, what is it, 5-1 now in the 1v1.
Yeah. Yeah, and Drivers looked so good in a lot of these 1v1s, but
he comes up with some smart ideas.
yeah.
And then sometimes maybe it's a little bit too smart.
Yeah, like the Maokai pick.
Yeah,
That was suffering.
wasn't it? All right, on your screen, they are looking to be the hottest team in the league. At the moment, at least they are there, up tied first with Frank and taking down Frank in our prior week, so certainly are looking good.
Yeah.
It is, of course, CFO, but they've only been felled once, and it's going to be to their competitors today in BYG, so it's statement game really for both teams. A CFO win shows that they have leveled up from week one, and if BYG win, maybe they are just kryptonite of the CFO team.
Yeah, we'll see if they are kryptonite. Not to discredit Beyond's first win, I do think it was just a bit of its first week and the meta's not quite as figured out. And I think Beyond really had a better read on the meta that first week than CFO did.
Yeah.
But the meta is changing pretty quickly. I mean, we've seen CFO adapt to at least the Twisted Fate pick really quickly. We'll see if they've adapted to maybe Karma, Brand, and Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they would have been able to sort of figure out how to fit that into their team comp. BYG, on the other hand, I mean, 116. I want to see if that Hui is going to get banned because he is insane on Hui.
Definitely the best Hui we've seen.
Yeah, it's not even particularly close. He was able to 1v1 against Lakai's Gwen and just never ever missing one of those QWs.
Yeah, against a Gwen as well. Not the easiest thing to do.
A ghosted Gwen.
Yeah.
Was when it was like really impressive.
Yeah, and we've seen Driver take over games on his own as well.
Yep, Driver has. I mean, even Feng's had his moments.
Yeah, Feng, especially if he can get himself on a Callista, has looked really good. And there was one other champ he's looked really good on. I think it's Lucian.
It was Lucian, yeah. Comparison between these junglers. Honestly, Husha.
Yeah, looking good.
He has honestly been a large reason when BYG finds success. He has been the reason they do.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has been just the early game. His early game seems leaps and bounds above a lot of the other junglers.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, last time these two teams went up against each other, it was Husha kind of carrying the game, but Kasa very much got into Husha's jungle, put him very far behind, but he was on Sejuani and was able to make the ganks work out bottom, the ganks work out top, and carry through that while Kasa was trying to just get gold for himself.
Oh, Husha was on Sejuani.
Yeah, Husha was, and
okay.
Kasa was on Belveth. I don't know if you remember, but...
Oh, yeah.
And they just had this weird standoff down bot lane where three people on each team
and
were.
then the Sejuani ult
he
onto
just threw
Sword
an ult
Art.
and then, just broke open the game from there.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by it being first week. We saw Belveth, I think Sword Art that game was on Zyra. Two picks that haven't stuck around at all. So we'll see if Beyond, maybe do have CFO's number.
Yeah, getting rid of Driver's Rumble, probably a good idea if you want to win. TF taken away, most likely from Shun, although it can be played top and mid as well.
Yeah.
Smolder just going to be banned.
Boo. It is a very strong pick. And honestly, a three-way flex as well. We've seen, it was DCG that played at mid. I've seen you play at top in my solo queue game. And we've obviously seen it at ADC.
That's right.
Don't know about top Smolder.
No, it's good, man. It's not my fault the rest of the map went 0-8 in 5 minutes. Someone left and we just FF'd there.
Karma banned away, so just power picks all around. Hui is open so far, though. We'll see if maybe CFO planned to first pick it. Ashe is open, Callista is open.
Have we seen CFO pick the Hui? I can't actually remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember seeing it. Maokai going to be taken away, most likely from Husha, but also could be Stay True.
And they might just be happy to take the Azir into it. Gory's looked very good on Azir. I think by far his best champ.
Yeah, I think Azir gets a little bit of a hard time in that lane.
Yeah, and he did receive some nerfs.
Yeah. Maybe it's time for the tank Azir, Grasp of the Undying.
Oh, Lord.
All right, Ashe going to be taken away. So
I mean, it's got to be a Kalista first pick. With Maokai out of the pool, with Ashe out of the pool. So they're going to go for Renata.
So that allows for both Varus and Kalista.
Yeah, so I guess if Beyond 2 take the Kalista, they're happy to play the Varus into it. And then, you know, you got to find something to pair with the Kalista. You're probably going to be playing melee into double range, so early lane phase might be hard, but I don't think you can resist the Kalista pick, especially with how good Feng has looked on it.
Yeah, a lot of wins that BYG have actually picked up has been just Feng getting Kalista and
dropping 13 kills, 15 kills.
Okay, so it's locked in. Are they going to take their support pairing here, or do they perhaps think they've already taken theirs, doesn't really matter, we can get something else? Cassante is definitely something else and something Drivers looked good on, and it's been something that ultimately hasn't had a lot of resistance up in that top lane.
Yeah, we just haven't seen any good answers to this. Well, we did see... Was it Driver who played Nara into it?
Yeah, Nara has been a good answer.
Someone absolutely destroyed a Cassante with Nara.
It was Arja.
Okay.
It was Arja in game number 2, PSG versus Frank.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was incredible, and Rest is going to give it a go by the look of things.
Yeah, no reason not to.
So this is a team comp that deals with Cassante a lot better than comps we've seen. It does depend if Varus goes lethality or on hit.
This will for sure be on hit. If you have the Renata, there's no way you go lethality.
I've seen it. I've seen it still be a lethality Varus with the Renata, but yeah, I don't see any reason to go the lethality so far. So maybe the Hui picked up here, and you can ban away the Azir and maybe Akali. Akali seems kind of scary for Hui.
Yeah, I mean, you do have counterplay to the Akali that not a lot of control mages do, where if she does land a Shuriken on you, as long as you hold your E, you can just Q her as she's coming back, and she never actually gets that second bit of damage, which is where all the damage does come from. So it's not a good matchup by any means, but there is a little bit of counterplay that Hui does have access to that most others don't.
Yeah, and it's a bit easier to land than the kind of counterplay.
It's very telegraphed. It's sort of similar to, like, you know, LeBlanc playing against Zoe, where if you have a W forward, Zoe can just throw a bubble.
Yeah.
Doesn't make the matchup one-sided, but it just helps.
Yeah, Viego banned away from Husha makes a lot of sense. We've seen him look pretty terrifying on this Viego. Poppy banned, so Vi is open. And I think
Vi should be banned here. Lee Sin, open, as well as Xin Zhao and Vi. Those seem to be the 3 premier junglers. Now, maybe you want to look for a Sejuani, but neither team really having any set up around it thus far.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine Beyond will pick some up just because they're probably going for a melee support. Nautilus completely ignored this draft. So Lee Sin banned by CFO. This should be just a snap Vi pick.
Yeah, I would imagine so too. There is, again, it's not the greatest Vi game, because if you do go in on this Varus, there is ultimately going to be hostile takeover, handshake, and at that stage it's a bit unclear what happens.
Yeah, as well as a res for him, but Nar kind of, not Nar, sorry, Xin kind of seems hard to play this game. Alright, it will be the Xin. I mean, the Vi just protects...
It'll be Vi 100%
The Vi protects your Kalista. Just picking the Vi, even if it's not that great into the enemy team, would have protected his, you know, pretty vulnerable carries this game.
This should just be picked up. No reason not to.
Yeah, there's no way it's going to be Sedge. Oh. I shouldn't have said anything.
You have lied to me.
I shouldn't have said anything.
This guy's a fraud.
So maybe that means they're... Yeah, okay, so they have to go for a melee mid there. Going for the Yone.
Now, similar to Akali, if Yone's ever trying to Q on you, you can just simply throw out that fear and you feel fairly decent.
Yeah, I feel like we saw Yone into the Hui yesterday, and we concluded that wasn't the answer.
Yeah, I can't remember the game. But
yeah, I can't remember who was playing.
I think it was against TCG, so... Was it?
Oh, it was West Point.
Oh, it was West Point?
So it was Shenbai. Oh.
Xingbai's on
Xingbai's on Helpigs. Newly.
All right, well, we have our comms anyway. Rakan going to be that support lock-in alongside the Kalista down in the bot lane. It gives you a bit of a follow-up for the Cassante. Honestly, you don't
Yeah.
have any engage whatsoever really outside of Callista ult. So Callista ult onto the Rakan and then following up as the Rakan can be one way to look for something. But ultimately, I think the side of BYG should be pretty content just sort of kiting away, trying to play around Xin ult.
Yeah.
Allow Feng to stack up those Ren stacks and look for an execute with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to make sense of these drafts so far. It might really just come down to who wins the early game skirmishes, because I don't feel like either team has too much going for them in team fights.
Yeah, early game skirmishes should favor CFO. I mean, they have the Yone, they have the Na, so either side of the map should be winning.
Yeah, Callista is very strong in those skirmishes, but
So is Varus.
Renata Varus, yeah, is going to be very strong. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of a side of the map to play around if you're beyond. Yeah, and it kind of just by
be
default
Callista.
has to be bot.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not playing around the Cassante.
Yeah, not into an R. And then mid, you don't really have the lockdown to set up a Hui. We saw Hui Maokai be really strong yesterday.
Yeah, but it was against the Syndra, so...
Yeah.
And even then, every time they looked for something, Hui either died or ran away on 1 HP.
Oh, yeah, we saw the Syndra. The Syndra looked pretty good.
Yeah, but
Hui.
the Syndra, the problem was, again, it's just so vulnerable. Yeah. Isolated 1v1 and in solo queue for sure, but when it comes to a game, a professional game where there's some coordination,
Yeah.
it's very hard to play Syndra in the current state.
It will be the on-hit Varus. Yeah, not too surprised to see it. Always feels pretty good into the Cassante, just having someone who can consistently take him down.
Now, it is largely full AD, but they do have Yone does mixed damage. Sejuani should force out some Merc Treads, as well as the Varus. So there is certainly mixed damage here.
Yeah.
On-hit Varus as well, just stacking up the Blights and making those active. Will be outputting a fairly large amount of magic damage.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice the damage share.
Even Hyper.
Yeah,
The
Nara
Nara
has
in the
plenty of
side
magic.
lane. Yeah, Nara in the side lane against Cassante is going to be doing a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, but I'm thinking we'll probably see a ton of armor come out for Driver this game.
Oh yeah, should be.
Can be a win con, but
I don't think so.
even in a full AD comp, these champs on CFO, they just don't have that much trouble getting through a tank.
Yeah, and there should be Merc Treads forced out this game because again they have Sejuani,
yeah.
they have Varus, and they also do have the Renata. There's
Yeah.
a lot of hard CC that you can't really get away with ignoring.
And yeah, I think maybe the game just gets decided in this bot lane.
Yeah, it does feel like that, right? Like if either Varus or Callista get ahead and both carries, both champions should be capable of it. But at least for now, obviously
Yeah.
the range advantage as well as just honestly the support. The difference between Rakan and Renata level 1s, 2,
Yeah.
and 3 is substantial. So early push and health lead.
Yeah, and the all-in's not easy either.
No.
You know, Renata will deny the spear resets with her Resurrect. I can't remember the name of the move.
The move.
Yeah, the move, the Renata W that brings you back
Bailout.
to life. Bailout. Yeah, the bailout denies any reset mechanics. And
Yeah.
Kusha is going to go for a vertical clear. I like this. I was worried he was going to clear up to his red, but did they see him? I don't think Sejuani
No,
saw him.
I think Husha is actually Houdini.
This is a disaster for
Yeah,
CFO.
okay, this is fantastic. Grand Entrance will miss, but Ghost popped early for Shun. Sword Art's now the target, has flash. Husha's going to match it. Third auto attack comes through, and it's first blood for Husha on that Xin Zhao. Caster, though, in the
Oh, they
area, and
should fight.
Feng's stuck on those arrows, and is just going to get taken down. The Halo arrows really doing the dirty work there. Feng not able to do a whole lot of moving. Flash wasn't good enough.
Yeah, loses his flash.
Massive minion wave loss too.
Yeah, Shun gets the kill. Karsa does have to use his flash, but they're happy to make that trade. As Husha, I think, just thought the play was over. And just kind of left his bot lane out to dry. Unfortunate Rakan W here. Not the easiest spell to land. Does end up costing Husha's flash. So, yeah, Husha's just thinking no follow-up is coming, and Feng
I
gets
think Feng needs to
blocked.
go up and just flash the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, he also gets just blocked by the creep wave. So, Shun should be very far ahead now.
Yeah, has that recurve bow to just the longsword picked up from Feng, who only received an assist for his troubles.
Yeah, got to keep his flash as well.
Yeah, no, aggressive look again. Piercing arrow
Might be
will
cleanse out of
only
Feng
just go wide. Feng.
Oh, nice to hold on to his cleanse there.
It was a little scary.
Yeah, we need Husha back in bot lane ASAP. Karsa is playing around bot. And Husha's jungle is up. I think he'll be in time to defend this. As, yeah, you can just Arctic Assault out of there. As for the other lanes, Driver doing pretty well in the top lane.
Yeah, Driver
Hanging
keeping
in
up
there.
in CS. And one thing we always denote about Driver is that his top lane matchup knowledge is honestly just seems superior to absolutely everyone else. He just has a way of knowing exactly how to play the lane. Yes, he may go down a little bit, but always has his way to look or knows his timings.
Yeah.
When he can look for something. May it be a kill or force a recall or an invade or what have you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it means you sometimes can't build the CS leads you probably should be building. Nard does scale into this matchup too.
Yeah, wants to get his boots and then he can start kiting around the Cassante a little better.
But we are getting to this point now in every Cassante counter matchup where Cassante just has kill pressure.
He does. He absolutely will have kill pressure at maybe not this point. I mean, he does, but it'll be a lot harder to play than when he gets whatever he's going for. It may be a chain
we see it around
vest.
level 8. Around level 8, 7.
Yeah. As he hits 6. All out now available.
So I don't think Husha actually successfully snuck into this bush just because of that ward in the first try. So CFO are onto him. You see Sword Art playing really far back. And Shun's going to probably be the one face checking this. Oh, no.
They miss.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Husha's waited a long time. Now, admittedly, he doesn't find anything, but he certainly does make this laning experience a lot more pleasurable for Feng and Stay True.
Yeah. I think CFO are still going to have a very easy time getting this wave in. Feng is very low on mana. Stay True down a level.
Wow. I mean, you'll take that trade?
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of kill pressure for the Eon once the E is down. Though 1116 is pretty low.
Now, both mid laners have not got ultimate.
Oh. Yeah, everyone saved their flash.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just 116 throwing out his ult and Gory just ulting away. How the lane's going at the moment, it seems like that may have been what happened.
Yeah, and we're yet to really see what this Yone...
I think it's for times like this, where now the Dragon's being started, Yone will have more power. Although without ult, that isn't even so clear.
Yeah, without his ult and he's chunked now. I wouldn't hate a contest out of Beyond here. It's a chance to get their bot lane back into the game too. But Feng is in base, so they're just going to look for a play on the Gory, who instantly flashes.
Yeah.
That was nice. I think we see a lot of players mess that up, where they don't recognize the danger they're in immediately, but just insta-flash from Gory. Doesn't want anything to do with the route that could be coming through or any of the slows.
Okay, 116 definitely aware now. Pink ward keeping him nice and safe. Gonna get that recall off. Doesn't have teleport, but Gory's gonna have to recall as well, so ultimately will not be losing all that much. Unless Minion RNG hates him.
Ooh, Driver is chunked with no TP now. He probably has time to get this recall off. I don't think Rest has enough creeps to freeze. He is just going to try shove. Driver's just going to pick up his fruit. And Karsa is on his way to blue buff.
Another wave cleared out. Well, Driver is back pretty much to full HP. Okay. Well,
so someone killed Void Grubs. I didn't notice who. I guess it was just Husha?
No, it was Karsa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Karsa took the Void Grubs.
Okay, early game going very well for CFO.
Yeah, up a Dragon, up the Void Grubs. I'll see lane and bot going extremely well, and
yeah,
Gory, despite constantly being under threat, has maintained even CS.
Karsa level 6 now, can put some pressure on 1116. Look to get a flashback.
Okay. Goes wide there on the fair. Fate Sealed going to come out, but it is going to be Husha who's in the area. Casa is as well. And all things said and done, it's going to be Yonol gone and an even trade.
Yeah, really well played by Husha. But you can see he spent so much time this game just sitting next to his lanes, trying to protect them, that he's down 20
Thing
CS
no
to
cleanse.
Sejuani.
Oh, we're going to have to flash away from the handshake.
Yeah, the spot lane is a disaster. And I'm surprised Husha didn't make another visit to bot. Maybe he just felt that the 3v3 was just too doomed.
Oh, okay, well,
Sword Art, no
Fing
flash.
lived. Very important, but boy oh boy, his back has been delayed yet again. He's going to lose another wave under tower.
Bot is falling apart. 4 Beyond.
Uh-oh.
Husha's going to get onto
Husha's
Gory,
found his way onto Gory. He has popped that ultimate. Gory is well within it, though, so we'll be able to do all the damage needed. And through comes that Glacial Prison. Locks up Zinzao. Rest coming through. Sword Art on the flank as well. 116 has absolutely nowhere he can go. In the meanwhile, though, Driver just gobbles up Gory, so it is a trade of 1 kill, but 2 found. And it'll be 5 Void Grubs picked up for CFO. And while they have a Gnar on their team, that's going to be extremely scary.
Yeah, you hate to see that with the Gnar. It looked good from Husha to begin with, just because Gory doesn't have flash or ult on the Yone. But follow-up damage wasn't able to come through, and he went down pretty quick.
Yeah, just no one close enough.
And Sword Art, with so much prio in the bot lane, is able to be there to help out. I don't think he even needed to be, but it was a 4v3 anyway. Husha gets level 6, immediately starts out the Void Grubs, but CFO are just onto him. And Gory's just walking with his... I don't think they had vision of this, they just knew it was happening.
Maybe the Pink Ward saw him as he took the Blast Cone? That's what I was wondering as well.
Gory dodges so many of 1116's spells that fight. Yeah, and Quay loses his flash as well. Driver is able to pick up Gory. And the Cassante can be very strong this game, but it is looking rough for Beyond. Though they're only 1 kill behind, they are down 2k gold almost. And look at Sejuani items.
Yeah, has the Frozen Heart, Balmy Cinder as well. Zinzao still trying to make his way to his first item. This next fight's going to be extremely daunting for BYG. Even if they try to contest it, I don't think it'll be in their favor.
Yeah.
Although Shun walking out quick and his grand entrance coming out. Hostile takeovers to answer Shun. Fail flashes. Bailout is on him. He gets it. Is he going to get a reset? It doesn't look like there's any chance. And it's going to be the kill picked up. Feng, importantly, getting that one. And now 15 seconds until Dragon. It should be BYG, although they did lose 2 of their ults.
Oh, and Gory rotated, gave a play over in the mid lane. That is very good for Beyond. Well played by them to look for a pick so close to the Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. It looks like, yeah, they're going to take it.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it gives us 5 minutes more left in this game to scale into whatever the soul may be. Although CFO are not willing to give this over lightly. Now, importantly, there is no hostile takeover. Glacial Prison's available, and Gory's in the waiting wings behind the entire side of BYG, but all said and done, he's not going to find the angle.
Yeah, good discipline from Beyond to not look for Karsa there. He looked maybe a little vulnerable, but Varus is going to be there in time if you engage on the Sejuani. And you might have to give the blue buff here, though Shun is really far away.
Yeah, Shun is far away, and Feng is absolutely here. 116, he's going to be landing those all day of the week. Bailout comes through. Are they going to be able to get the trade kill? They are not! Through will come absolutely everything. Fate's Call will be able to keep Stage alive just that little bit longer. Will land it there onto the Sejuani. Feng does dash away, but Shun is unleashed. He's going to pick up a triple kill out of absolutely nowhere down in this bot side skirmish.
That looks so good for Beyond, but it took them about 2 minutes to kill the Sejuani. A Callisto with a Vamp Scepter against an entire Frozen Heart Sejuani. It looked so good to begin with for Beyond. The Rakan W does miss, but I mean, they find their way onto Sword Art and kill him immediately. A great flash out of the Yone ultimate. And then a last-second Kalista ult onto Seiru. But, I mean, look how long it takes the Sejuani to die. Shun able to clean up Feng as well. Gets a triple kill.
Yeah, now, I mean, Shun is so insanely far ahead. He has his Blade of the Ruined King. He's honestly halfway towards his Gwinsus.
Yeah, he is just, if you look at the AD items, he's just a full item up.
He even picked up a solo first blood tower in the bot side.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Varus is well ahead of where he potentially should be. Now, it's not the easiest game in the world for Varus. He is still going to have to contend with a lot of range from Hui and a lot of CC that comes through from the side of BYG, but...
Yeah. No Callisto.
Yeah, Hostile Takeover comes through, but Stay True is able to use that Battle Dance and get himself to safety, and so it is just the loss of that Renata ult for a massive chunk onto Stay True.
Yeah, I don't think you want any sort of fight where this Varus is involved. Driver is heading down to the bot lane, no TP, so they're not going to be contesting this Rift Herald. There is a decent amount of wave clear for Beyond. So
it's all in one champion, though.
Yeah, so they're going to have to move this way around and protect them while they defend their towers, but I mean, I don't think CFO are planning to really group up and siege at all. They have a Yone and an R who can side lane. So it might just be too much work for the Hui to wave clear.
Now, I don't know what we're doing here, but there's no objective.
Yeah.
We're still fighting. Husha looks for
Driver
Caster to
TPs.
start off with, and we do get teleport here out of Driver on the Cassante. But for what? Okay, maybe Sword Art. Flash is answered with Flash. And now all we've done is lose a teleport on our top lane, although Quickness now popped. Massive, massive moves there as the Glacial Prison is just going to lock up Stay True and so much burn for so little gain on the side of BYG.
Because Sword Art actually lands the handshake on him as he's trying to get onto him and just makes it out there. And I don't know if it would have even gone that well for Beyond if that engage had landed. Going to be difficult to defend this now without Rakan Ultimate or Xin Flash. Rest in Mega.
Yeah, are they going to look? I mean, it's not the easiest. Obviously, that tower is still going to be alive, but on the top side, Gory claims himself the top outer tower. So objectives very certainly in favor of CFO as things stand, and we're going to see if BYG can find a way to stem the bleeding and contest this next dragon especially, and make sure they're not too far behind where Baron comes as a massive threat, even on spawn.
And I think from this far behind, the side lane pressure might just get too much for Beyond to handle. They're going to be able to set up, CFO are going to be able to set up a 1-3-1 with Yone and Nara in the side lanes. And, you know, Beyond are just going to be spread too thin.
Husha really wanting to clear one more camp. Get that jungle item that Smite upgraded, especially ahead of what could be a dragon fight, maybe even a Smite fight if all things come down to it. But he needs one more camp. Not sure where he's going to find it from. There is a Gromp available I can see on the minimap.
Beyond are first on the mid wave at least. They've done well to set up these dragons.
Husha still doesn't have that upgrade, so if it does come down to a Smite fight, Cast has a 300 damage Smite advantage, which is...
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
A sizable amount.
Fortunately for Beyond, Rest is just only getting to the top wave now, so he's not going to apply any pressure to the top tier 2.
He's building up that Narbar though. Scory coming through.
Flank.
This, I mean, that's a big cooldown burn.
Oh, look at Nar though.
Yeah, Nar's found his flank. He's halfway to that Mega Nar. Keep an eye on this Narbar as he comes through. He's found an angle, but a massive engage. Grand Entrance lands onto 3, and we're all piling on. Out will come that all out onto Rest, denying any chance for a massive Nar ult. But it doesn't matter because on the other side of the fight, it's just Shun, who is so accelerated, is just going to be melting through those health bars. Dragon picked up 2 kills in favor of CFO.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to 1116 on the Hui that he wasn't able to follow up on that Nar engage. Maybe he just doesn't have the damage at this point in the game.
Driver, no all out available. He's got these little Inferno, I can't even remember what they're called. Infernal...
Cinders?
Yeah, I think it might be actually.
Yeah, maybe. So it's going to be a bit of MR built by Driver.
Gory's not just going to let him get away this easy. Or is he?
Oh, he doesn't see him.
Okay, nice. Well played.
Gets an emote off too. Very well played. So, Gory on
this
Yon loses his E here. Yeah,
insane.
this engage is amazing. He eats the Sedge ult and gets Kalista ulted out, and then lands a 3-man Kalista ult into Rakan ult. And then 1-on-1-6 just... Oh, he was taunted by the Renata ulti. So he can't get into position. Unfortunately, misses his ult there.
And Gory just takes out Fing.
Yeah, and Driver just kind of having to do his job that fight, just keeping the Gnar away from his team. But his team is too weak to win the 4v4. So it's just very hard to play.
Yeah, not easy to recognize what you need to do in any given fight.
Yeah.
When the fights are looking like that, I mean, stay true, dream engage.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I thought he was going to have a very hard time finding engages. Solo engage on Rakan can be really difficult to play because you are just so squishy. But he finds a dream engage and they're just not able to get anything done with it. I mean, Kalista is so weak.
yeah, Husha is just quietly down 30 CS to the casters Sejuani. Kind of a result of how the game's looking. I mean, there's a 5-1 Varus.
He was down this much CS super early, though. You remember how much time he just spent standing behind his laners, AFK in bushes? I mean, it worked out one time when he was able to protect 1-1-1-6 from gank by Karsa, but he spent a lot of time bot lane, too, just sitting in a bush, hoping for mistakes out of CFO.
Yeah, I don't know who is ever dealing with this Varus at this point. I mean, yes, you can outrange him with 1-1-6 on the way.
Swordart,
maybe getting a fight. Swordart might be caught out. Hui ult should pop and should confirm it. Who's just going to claim it for himself, though. And on the backside, Shun is in absolutely no man's land with no sums. He's going to be taken out. And now all of a sudden, 2 members down. This is priority over and likely a good opportunity for BYG to find this Baron. Now, Fing is quite low. He's getting even lower now that he's on that backside of the Baron pit. Yeah, we've got a Gnar engaged. Mega's coming up, but he's not going to get it. Ren secures the kill. Driver in that all-out mode, looking for that Natofu strikes. Won't find it as Gory will be able to deny this Baron, but it's a few crucial shutdowns that BYG have been able to find.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that. As Beyond, and I understand not committing to the Baron after they get another kill on Rest. And Swordart and Shun just... You could probably let your Sejuani do this. And Stay True finds a great engage onto Shun there on his way out.
Fing all of a sudden not so far behind, certainly is still behind, but picking himself up at Gwynsu's now, crucial item.
Yeah, from down a full item to just, you know, half an item. It's better than it was looking before, and Husha's caught up to Karsa in terms of gold a bit.
And I think 1-1-6, now that he has this Horizon focus, will be able to start outputting a reasonable amount more damage.
Yeah, we'll see maybe some of those Kobe-esque snipes we were seeing from him in the previous series.
Sure, hope so if you're a BYG fan. Now, 1 minute on Dragon. Baron, of course, live. Wasn't taken. Uh-oh. Okay, they know he's there.
He's so unkillable.
No, I mean 1-1-6 walking that close to the ball.
Oh, right.
Yeah, don't get him.
Yeah, no one's worried about Sedge. Yeah.
Oh, Gory. There's a big Yonald opportunity there. Isn't going to be able to find it.
Yeah, I think he recognizes flashes are up, but it might have been worth to blow the flashes, but...
Yeah, maybe the Yonald's worth more than the immediate.
Dragon. Yeah, no ult for Dragon is kind of always iffy to trade your ult for flashes as the objective spawns. So CFO have complete control of the midwave. And Beyond haven't been able to pick up any dragons, really. This time, Rest is going to take a tier 2 if you go for this dragon.
Yeah, he's already set up, although he's recalling.
Yeah, probably has his Black Cleaver. Somehow Driver's ahead, item-wise.
Yeah, cheaper items, as well as, I believe, maybe even picked up a shutdown for himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he killed Gory.
He did kill Gory earlier on. I don't know if he had a shutdown at the time, but...
So Statru's just going to have to continue to find these ridiculous engages. Shun has Flash and Ghost up now.
Yeah, Gory just takes the dragon. That's now Soul Point picked up. CFO feeling pretty comfortable in this one now.
Yeah, I wonder who wants a front to back. You do have the Hui on one team. but you just don't have enough front line, I think.
Yeah, this Varus is just going to melt.
Yeah.
So, honestly, Yone, not as quickly, but I mean, Yone no slouch at killing tanky frontliners.
So Driver trying to secure this blue. Should be really hard to get this off of the Gnar.
Oh.
My goodness.
Oh, okay, we found Gory. He's going to flash away. We just have to wait next to this. But here comes Hostile Takeover. Fing. He does alters Rakan, so there's not going to be any of those auto attacks coming through. But stay true now. But in no man's land as the Glacial Prison does come through. It's going to hit its mark. Now Casa, he's so unkillable. Gory's picked up 2. Stay true only just limping away on the most minute amount of health. A lot of damage coming through though. 116 as people are getting all lined up in a chokehold.
Oh, he's got no mana.
Yeah, no mana available. Does have teleport.
He's not gonna have time though.
Yeah, we don't think so. There is a decent ward for him to come to in the river, but this Baron is just gone.
Yeah, on Varus just takes it down so fast with the Yone helping him out too. And it looked like Gory had completely entered it. Flashing with your Eon as Yone never looks too good.
Yeah, I think Gory just needed to wait next to...
Yeah, and just a puzzling W from Stay True, who could have maybe just waited for the Yone E. Though CFO were on their way.
Yeah, I mean, you either leave or don't W, because Gory is 100% of the time reactivating his E at which stage, and your W just misses.
Yeah. Yeah, and Beyond do manage to get these 3 members out, but Baron going over to CFO.
Yeah, now, I mean, 116 has a bit of wave clear, but certainly not against Baron minions, so...
Yeah.
This game is now looking an incredible amount more difficult.
Yeah, they just have to find miracle kills onto Shun, and at this point, Gory is so strong too.
Yeah, we're looking for Casa again, though. This is not who we want. We're still yet to really do any damage at all.
Sword Art rooted.
Yeah, Sword Art does get rooted. He's going to get hit with that Hwei ultimate. It will pop. Not all that much damage. A little bit of follow-up there from that QW. But Rest, he's arrived now, and he is just wailing on the side of BYG, just in that mini-Gnar form. Driver also loses his ghost in that engagement.
Yeah, and this way, the damage just isn't there yet. This entire time, Gory just takes the tier 2 for himself. And that's the second tower I think he's picked up just split pushing.
Yeah, he's having a mighty fine time for himself, just alone in those side lanes. Joining the team fights when needed, but certainly recognizing when he's not.
Yeah, and it wasn't the best engage from Beyond, but I think they recognize they have to do something about this split pushing, especially when the enemy team has Baron. They thought they could maybe force a TP out or, you know, a favorable fight, but Karsa is just looking unkillable on the Sejuani.
Yeah, unkillable almost feels like an understatement. Just not really any damage coming over him at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Dragon will be the next objective. We're getting those recalls in. 3 items now completed on this Yone.
Yeah, he looks very
Nobody
strong.
has 3 items on the side of BYG.
Yeah, Jack Show coming for Driver.
Yeah, will be the Jack Show, but I mean, 3 item Varus, 3 item Yone. Dragon's Soul is what you're contesting. I'm not sure how you ever look for this. Casa can just sit in front of you. If you're not able to get past him, then while Shun and Gory are going to have a good time for themselves. Gory, speaking of, is on the back line. Husha's trying to find something, but all he's finding is his untimely demise by the looks of things. But Gory will get through the Fate Seal. Can Fing find the damage he needs? Not at least for now. A lot of CC coming down onto Gory will be taken out. Can they get the reset for him? They do not. It is a shutdown. It's 3 versus 2 now. And Shun with the flash Q confirms it's 4 versus 1.
And another fight where I think Gory is kind of running it, and he just completely turns it around. He gets so much done in that fight. Does go down in the end.
Is able to come on, stay true. One more grand entrance, won't be able to sidestep. And this should be the game after 28 minutes, 28 and a half minutes.
They only killed Gory, who took 3 members down with him. And I mean, pretty decisive game from CFO that after the blunder in the bot lane by Beyond.
Yeah, one mistake down on bot side. Shun picking up a triple kill just immediately ended the game, essentially. And it's something we've seen before. Varus getting a triple kill, taking out the win almost immediately. And it will be game number 1 going to CFO as they do hunt for retribution. Maybe they're not done. They might be looking for some more kills. They will at least get one as Shun goes on a rampage. But there will go down the Nexus. Cast on your screen there. Everyone on your screen there looking incredibly happy on the side of CFO. And doom and gloom on the faces of Beyond.
Yeah, they had moments in that game, Beyond, where, you know, from behind they were able to find some good fights, find good angles, and try get their Kalista back in the game. And it looked like for a moment they maybe had. But yeah, a triple kill onto Varus, and it, you know, didn't really feel like, even if they found their moments, it was just too little too late. Like with the Rakan engage, that was incredible. It's just, you're too behind on items at that point. You know, your Hui's not really online yet to follow up.
Yeah, and I think this game was a bit of a drafting masterclass by CFO.
Yeah, the Renata first
things.
pick was great.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had enough mixed damage just because every single champ you picked, while being physical damage mainly, did a lot of magic damage as well, which does force out. I mean, you saw Kanik Recurn was the second item picked up by Driver.
Yeah.
He needs it to survive the side lane up against Gnar because he's just getting wailed on, and every third auto attack is Gnar's most powerful auto attack. And so getting hit by the magic damage forces out the MR. And importantly, I think you saw that Kalista and Varus are both open. You're happy with either of them, so you just take the Renata as that first pick. That way, you get rid of the strong pairing that is either the Varus or the Renata, and you get whatever AD carries left open, and you're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and while Stay True did look good on the Rakan in some of those mid-game and late-game team fights, Nautilus was open. I don't think they banned it second phase. No, they didn't. So Nautilus is usually the go-to pick there. You would have loved to have something like a Vi or a Nautilus, especially if this Varus got as fed as he did. Instead of hoping for a miracle, you can just Nautilus ult, Vi ult, and maybe you still lose, but at least you get the kind of fight you want, and you get to see if you can take him down and win a fight after, maybe.
For sure. And I think, honestly, after seeing this game, it was very much so that the draft played so much of an impact.
Yeah.
I don't think... Oftentimes we see these games and it's like, oh, it's possibly winnable. Let's just run back the draft. This time we'll play a bit cleaner. I don't think we'll see that at all. I expect to see almost an entirely different 5 champions coming out of BYG. Maybe you can keep the Cassante because ultimately wasn't that impactful.
He did really well in a counter matchup. That's about all you want out of the Cassante.
Even the Hui, I mean, the Hui wasn't really doing that much damage, but that was kind of to the effect of Gory just found 3 kills randomly in a team fight and then constantly got towers on the side lane because you couldn't contest. You were trying to fight the Sejuani who just stood in front of 4 members and didn't take any damage at all.
I think the first 3 picks were fine, in my opinion, for Beyond. But I think going for the Xin over the Vi, I didn't like that at all. And then Rakan over Nautilus, I didn't like it. I didn't really see... Maybe just a personal preference, but we've seen Husha play the Vi.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Vi is it's just too countered by Bailout and the hostile takeover. If you ever in there, there's no one that can follow up except for Hui, which isn't that much damage from that far away unless you're able to land a combo, which you aren't when it's that far away.
Yeah.
I think that becomes the problem is you just have a Vi that's stuck in the middle of a team, and she's just going to go down. She doesn't have the damage to take out the Varus, especially the blade of the on-hit.
Not by herself, no.
Yeah, especially not the on-hit Varus. So I think that's the problem with the Vi there, but ultimately I think the biggest problem was the Renata. You have to either ban the Renata or just draft entirely different, recognizing that the Renata was the first pick. Well, we can change our plan here, find something else that works. Something that may work even in the bot lane against such champions. I mean, we saw the Senna Hui the yesterday, DCG pulling it out. That looked fantastic. Now, maybe Slaytru and Feng don't play Hui, which obviously would limit the draft.
Yeah.
But there are things I think that are pickable into that, which change the identity of your entire comp, and instead of being so forced into one certain playstyle, you actually have more options.
I think, honestly, the Nautilus would have been fine. It's a lot stronger in lane than the Rakan.
Again, but the problem is you Nautilus ult the Varus and then what? No one can follow up. The problem is you don't have follow-up.
Yeah,
you have
it's not just the Nautilus ult. Like, imagine those early game skirmishes in the bot lane if you had yourself like a Nautilus and a Vi flashing onto the double range bot lane, and we're going to see this final fight from Gory where he looked just dead. Feng looked like he was just going to kill him, but he lands an ult onto 2, takes out Feng just about. And at this point, the fight is doomed. He got too much done. Almost gets another life for himself with another kill on the 1116. And Karsa and Shun just able to clean up this fight. I think this whole fight, Shun was just beating on Driver.
Yeah, I mean, Stage 2 eventually gets found here. Permafrost just landing.
Good effort from Beyond, considering that there was just a random triple kill picked up for this Varus.
Yeah, they didn't just roll over and die. And I think that's something we saw again when PSG came up against CFO, was that they fell behind early, and instead of just accepting it, sitting back, trying to get gold while you just bleed Dragon after Dragon after Baron and Towers, you actually just take it to them, try and fight. Maybe you find a shutdown. And to their credit, they did.
Yeah.
Was it enough? No, absolutely not. They were never able to get through Castle, which let Shun free hit. But they were trying to do something.
And Beyond were setting up those Dragons really well. They had their lanes set up correctly. They were there before CFO to a lot of these Dragons and able to find themselves a Dragon off of one of them just by finding a pick early. And then the other Dragons, they were there in position. It's just they didn't have the items, they didn't have the stats, and maybe they didn't have the comp either to win it. But I don't think this is going to be a one-sided series.
After that game, I kind of do, but CFO seem like they're incredibly on form. Shun taking up a lot of these things. Now, I'm going to say a hot take. I think Casa deserves the MVP for this game. I think the level 3
kill, the level 3 was very good. I mean, that also looked like maybe a miscommunication from
BYG, but Casa came down immediately and recognized what was happening. It's going to be Shun, but I actually think low-key, Casa had so much impact on this game, allowing Shun to do whatever he wanted.
Even the fight Shun got the triple kill
was set up because of
just Casa standing there with a full item, way too early in the game for a Sejuani
anyway. 40 CS in the jungle, like how often do you see that? Now, admittedly, Shun played completely fine, played amazingly, in fact.
Yeah.
I think Casa needs to be shouted out as well. I think he played
a great game.
Incredibly well. I mean, we'll see it here. This is the triple kill.
Yeah,
and if you notice who is doing most of the work in this fight, it just happens to be the Boar.
Yeah.
I mean, Gory as well.
Yeah, Gory doing well, but Karsa's just taking so much damage.
Like, he's just sitting in between 4 people, and let's see how many times Shun gets hit. There's one, dodges out of the E, and he now is just free hitting while everyone was targeting the Boar.
Yeah. Bit of a cleanup by Shun.
Yeah.
More than anything, but yeah, he had a great game. Got a bunch of kills, but I mean,
his champions picture came up with triple kills, so like, oh, that's the MVP right there.
Yeah. Everyone played really well on CFO, honestly, and that has been their run, just summed up. Hard to pick the MVP, just because everyone played well in most of their games. And
except the one game.
the Sword Art
one game where there was a 9-1 Azir, and the Maokai, who died 5 times in a row, got the MVP. But game number 1, done and dusted. CFO looking to continue their hot streak, but BYG, they're not going to go down without a fight. So we'll see you after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are so back. Getting
Yeah.
ready for game number 2, of course, between CFO and BYG. CFO, pretty decisive and clean in the first one. Some good play around the rift from pretty much everyone involved, and I mean, hard to fault them anywhere.
Yeah, I do think their objective setup maybe wasn't as good. It felt like Beyond, even though they were behind, were getting to the objectives first in a lot of situations, and you know, we had a bit of a disagreement. You were thinking CFO 2-0, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think CFO clears so easy.
Yeah, I think Beyond are in it with a pretty good shot. I think we go to 3. I think we're going to see Beyond bounce back this game. I wonder if they will just pick red side. I don't like how Beyond looks with Driver on a tank. Driver didn't look bad on the Cassante at all. He overperformed, even. In a counter matchup going completely even. They do go for blue side, so it might just be a blind pick Cassante for Driver again. And the rest of the map is just going to have to hold it together, because around the objectives, they did play really well. And around the split push pressure, they also played pretty well. Just a lot of skirmishes not going their way.
But also Gory just on the side lane, finding tower after tower, and then joining in and finding kill after kill. They didn't really have an answer. Now they are on the blue side. Draft may and should look a lot different.
Oh, they were red side last game.
Yeah.
Oh, what was their last pick? Rakan. That sucks.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like they had a red side draft. It felt like
it
felt like CFO were answering all of their picks.
they had 2 losing lanes.
Yeah, that's strange. We'll see what they do with the blue side. They've just banned the Renata.
So we won't be seeing Smolder in this series because, of course, it is going to be a 2-0.
So maybe they just want to take the Ashe first pick? Nope. I don't know what they want to first pick if you're Beyond here. Is it just Cassante?
I have no idea. We're going to have to find something. I mean, you don't like to see Driver on Cassante.
Yeah, but I don't know what else they're planning to first pick, really.
Karma?
Yeah, maybe.
Bit of power in the mid lane.
Yeah, but Hui's just looked so good for 1116.
See, Diego going to be taken away. Lee Sin remains open, Vi remains open, Senna.
Yeah, I'm worried. I was worried that they might first pick Senna, but then if the answer comes something like Cassante, Nautilus, then, I mean, you're really lacking for damage into this Cassante. You pretty much have to go for the Azir. Or you have to be really certain that you're going to shut this Cassante down with something like a Gnar.
Well, it should just be a Gnar.
Yeah.
If this is locked in, it almost certainly will be Driver picking up the Gnar.
Yeah. I mean,
all right.
Last second swap to Varus. Varus Nautilus, I guess, similar. I guess they don't want to blind pick top when they're on red side CFO, so. Oh, Maokai is open too. I forgot about the tree.
Oh, it's a disaster draft.
I mean, this is not that bad for Beyond. They can go for Nautilus, probably Cassante here. And the draft is looking okay to me.
How are you killing Maokai?
Someone will do it. It's fine. I mean, Maokai isn't the champ you urgently need to kill
Neither
or
is
deal with.
Sejuani, but when they stand in front of your team...
Yeah, it's not the same as a Cassante. If it's a Cassante and you don't have the damage to kill him, he's going to just kill your whole team. Maokai kind of does the same thing whether you're going to kill him or not.
Oh.
I mean, Asol did get that mini rework, but I think the consensus...
Asol will kill Maokai.
Yeah, I think the consensus is that Asol sucks, though.
All right, most likely we'll see the play again.
I really wanted to see a Cassante pick here from Beyond, but maybe they have a counter pick
I
for
think
it.
this is just going to be Cassante into 2 bans.
Yeah, Cassante
into
ban Gnar,
yeah,
ban Aatrox, and then good luck on Fiora, I guess.
Now only Lakai being confident enough to pull that one out, but all right, Yone into 2 bans.
Go for Yone. No one wants to pick Cassante.
So they're pretty confident that this Yone champion is the answer.
It is also a flex.
Yeah, but we haven't seen rest on the Yone, and I wouldn't particularly expect to.
Yeah, after it did actually not that well in the lane phase against 1116, but
and
he got plenty of work done.
Yeah, currently we have 2 flexes, the Maokai as well as the Yone, but one of them is going to be immediately discovered after these bans. You are banning junglers here for BYG, so if this Maokai does go into the jungle, you have...
Rel is still open.
Yeah, Rel's open, which again is another flex, but if you do pick up the Rel... I mean, honestly, I don't know which champ you'd prefer to have in the bot lane. Probably the Rel. Lee Sin going to be taken away from Husha once again.
What is Husha going to play? Vi open, Poppy open.
Don't hate the Poppy, but you don't have a lot of kill threat in the bot lane, so maybe it's just not worth it. You can't really look for those early aggro plays the same as if you have a traditional AD carry.
There is Brand, but it might be a very risky Brand game into Yone Maokai. So Rel banned. And I think CFO could honestly just blind the Poppy, because what is he going to pick other than Vi? Unless I'm forgetting about something.
Oh. Sword Art's Bard, always a pleasure to watch. We saw it yesterday. Orca on the Bard. Fantastic game.
Yeah, he had a great game.
We'll be locked in, so we have our bot lane. Maokai going to be in that Yungle. Vi does seem like an appropriate response. Again, there's not a whole lot of follow-up, but there are a lot of press R on a squishy target. They will be knocked up.
I mean, Hui is pretty good follow-up to the Vi ulti. And Husha just hates Vi. Wow, it's a Bel'Veth locked in. Okay.
That will kill the Maokai.
Yeah, it will.
But it will struggle against Varus.
Please, please not Udyr. Just please.
All right. All right.
I mean, Aatrox blind.
Okay.
Similar to Cassante, we haven't seen anything really shut this pick down when it is blind pick.
This might also just be trying to force Yone into the top lane.
Yeah, Yone is a counter. We've seen Akali into it. We've seen Gnar into it.
Yeah, let's not call Akali a counter.
All
Taco did well on it. And
all with pretty similar results, really. Maybe up 10 CS or something.
No. Taco's Akali versus Aatrox. Giga cleared, if you remember.
Oh, okay.
All right. Going to be the Gnar. We have seen this matchup a couple times as well. And again, it is a matchup that Gnar tends to win out in the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
But as the game progresses, Aatrox starts to not care as much about an Gnar being there and just joins team fights, lurks in the shadows.
Yeah, once you've got your Profane Hydra, you're just one-shotting the wave. Gnar will get prio, but you just one-shot the wave as it comes into your tower, and then you try have your impact in team fights. Not a massive amount of setup for Driver on the Aatrox, so it might be hard for him.
Now, you see the drafts. Try and convince me that this is not a 2-0. Try find some level of copium clown emojiing going on.
Husha is about to put on the Bel'Veth performance of a lifetime.
Okay.
What lockdown do they have for him? Bard.
Nautilus ult.
Bard, he dodges that. No, Nautilus is on his team. Bard, he dodges that. Easy.
Yone,
he dodges Yone ult.
Varus.
Gnar ult, light work.
Varus ult.
Yeah.
Maokai ult.
Yeah, Maokai W is a problem. Maokai W and ult is a problem.
And the Q.
Yeah.
That's an easy cancel.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'd say 5 out of 5.
It's going to be a hard
5 champs can lock down Bel'Veth.
But that is why I'm calling it the Bel'Veth performance of all time. Because against the odds, Husha managed to make this Bel'Veth pick work. And, I mean, it's going to be a different look.
He's going to have to have some winning lanes and invade. Problem that we are facing is he does not have winning lanes. He has Hui into Yone. Yes, that's winning early on. Aatrox into Gnar, losing. Varus into Senna Nautilus, losing.
So Senna Nautilus can get shoved. They can get shoved, though. If
they are not getting shoved against Bard Varus. I'm so sorry to tell you.
But they can. You don't sleep on this Nautilus champion.
Yeah, maybe later on, but at this stage of the game where he doesn't have infinite wave clear, they are getting pushed in.
Yeah.
And then Sword Art as well. He's playing Bard. So eventually
he looks very good on Bard.
He will just be leaving his lane.
To go harass.
And Husha has to deal with that as well.
Yep. Yeah, these are all very true.
Well, let's see. I don't disbelieve, but I certainly don't believe. One early stack. We take those. Even gonna get a level up early on here.
Yeah, we'll see if Husha does go for the vertical clear.
Seems a bit hard. You are not likely to have push. And if you do have push, something feels like it's gone criminally wrong. Well, let's see it. I'm prepared to be proven wrong.
Yeah, it might really just come down to if Stay True can land a hook, get a good trade for the spot lane early. Probably won't have his hook until level 3 though. So we saw Driver do incredibly well as the Cassante into Gnar. Doesn't opt to go for it again and goes for the Aatrox this time. And I think if you're looking at Beyond as a team, you know, disregarding the meta, I like this. I like Driver on a carry.
Yeah. I do too. He certainly can pick up a win out of nowhere. Now, Husha will be looking for this invade.
Both junglers level 3.
Though, he's already completed his blue and his Gromp. There's not really much that can be found.
Yeah, he might hit the wolves, but this might get very scary if Sword Art can move. And oh, well, look who has priority in the bottom lane. I wish we had been watching the bot lane a bit more. Karsa just steals it. So he will get the better of this exchange and manages to get his entire bot side. So not going Husha's way so far.
He's looking for the top side.
Yeah, Raptor's
But
already gone.
this side he certainly does not have prio.
Yeah. Yeah, this is getting
and
scary
he has
now.
been located.
So mid is never coming on the bright side. Yeah, and Karsa doing such a good job of just getting all his camps, really. Husha looking, but not able to find anything.
Yeah, has the chance to get both scuttles if he chooses.
Yeah, but his top side's up.
Yeah, but he can just go bottom scuttle recall. It's not likely that Karsa's looking for an invade.
Wow, Karsa might lose his red going for the scuttle, though. We'll be able to pick up a crab and raptors if Husha does cross. No, he does decide to just go for his raptors and red buff. Whoa.
Hook will land. The W even does land as a root despite hitting a minion, and a big trade largely in favor there of BYG.
Yeah, and we
Shouldn't
don't
get a
see
bit
this.
lippy.
We don't see this enough out of the Senna Nautilus. This is a strong lane. You don't have to just passively farm. Oh, another hook lands. Exhausted
Zor's coming
instantly.
out, but it's just a lost summoner.
And TP still up for Stay True. So this is looking rough for CFO's bot lane as Karsa's on his way. Husha did not end up picking up the bot crab, so Karsa's really getting the maximum in this early game. Oh my, he's dead. Oh, I thought he might be able to
116 doesn't
flash.
have the cooldown.
I thought he might be able to just flash auto him for no way. There he is.
That was a last second flash as well out of Gory there.
Yeah.
Absolute nerves of steel. Down 15 CS, so looking even better this game than last is the Hui. You do have to be a little careful though, of course, akin to the Syndra.
Yeah, there
If
could be a
Maokai ever wanders into your lane with an ult, as well as honestly, Bard ult is scary to deal with, and
yeah.
it can be very easily followed up from by Gory, and won't land on that one.
Probably has to just get a recall here. Just too low on mana. No biscuits available. Off of this mid pressure and an early move from Senna, they're going to just be able to pick up the Void Grubs. And I like that Feng is here as well to get... You get about 1 million Senna souls off these Void Grubs. Because all the little guys who spawn do drop Senna souls.
I think they got patched out. But
oh, okay. So it's still 2 for each Void
it's
Grub.
still 2 per Void Grub, which is 6 souls. So definitely not something you're upset about.
And if they want to, they are here in time to contest the dragon. Though Husha is just looking to clear his wolves. I mean, they might still get there in time. Maokai is not doing this very quickly.
Yeah, Sword Art comes to help. Is it going to reset? No, okay. He stands back in that patience circle.
They are struggling with dragon aggro at the moment, but they will just be able to pick this up. As Feng just is doing a lap of the jungle with Husha, picking up a bunch of souls. And, I mean, Nautilus is going to be fine in the bot lane. And, yeah, Husha again invading bot side. Nothing's really up for the Maokai. He's going to go full clear as top side. Guess he'll get this blue buff.
Yeah, if he chooses to, maybe Kasa might just simply do his walls. By the way, Kasa hasn't done red buff this game.
Is that the first red still?
Yeah.
Oh. I think he expected it to not be there, honestly. Once he recalled and... Well, he went back to Raptors. Okay. This is going to pick up the top grab, Karsa. And... probably expecting to trade it for his blue buff with how much prio Zen and Nautilus seem to have in this lane. Oh my god, look at mid CS.
Yeah, it's
Gory is having to use his E to get under his turret so he can farm. So he's like using his E from his tier 2.
Yeah, 116 doing well in this mid lane this time.
Yep.
Driver on the top side as well, keeping things fairly even.
Yeah. Husha finally getting some counter jungling done successfully.
Red buff remains alive.
I wonder if each of the Void Grubs counts as stats for Bel'Veth's passive.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Surely not, right? If they removed one of these passive interactions, surely
Oh, not the little guys, not the little guys,
right.
but even if it's just the big guys,
Yeah, it
that's
should
3
do.
camps.
Yeah, it should do.
So CFO maybe looking to dive driver here. Is he wise to it?
He's not.
Oh, nice flash.
Okay,
He
he
should be
does
fine.
keep himself alive, but that's a big cooldown, of course, both the ultimate and flash being expended there.
Yes. Yeah, Rest holds onto his flash, so maybe next time Mega is up, they're going to look to dive driver in the top lane, as Karsa smartly going to get a Grom. Knows his bot side is probably gone, especially with him showing top.
Yeah, and there's a ward. A pink ward is sitting on the blue
They
that
didn't
wasn't
clear
discovered.
it. Great. Cool 24 CS up in the mid lane.
Just as you do.
Sword Art does delay Feng's back here.
Definitely annoying.
Nautilus is going to be fine in the 2v1, especially under his tower.
All right, who gets first blood?
Oh. It's going to be Husha.
Husha?
He's having the game of his life, remember?
Oh, true. Looks like he's going to be going for the Kraken Slayer.
He does have an execute on his E, too.
This is facts.
Who have you got?
I think it might be Kasa.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of setup on the Maokai. Still has his flash.
Yeah, and oftentimes you just don't expect as much damage as the Maokai
Yeah.
Q does, and we might be finding out right now. Magical Journey going to get Sword Art away from too much punishment, but 116 still finds a way. Flash forward, face call immediately responded to.
Wow, Gory is sharp on the Yone. He's been so hard to kill both games.
It is a big cooldown and 6 Void Grubs, importantly,
Yeah.
this game for BYG. In a minute until the Dragon spawns means they will have absolute chances to secure it. And Gory still did have his flash, but
Husha.
by God.
Husha has the Bel'Veth Evolve.
Yeah, okay.
Karsa's onto him, though. So this siege in the mid lane is going to be a problem. Varus is not going to get anything done against the Nautilus. They decide to not continue pressuring it, let Husha run to top lane. He's behind Rest, but this is a hard kill. Oh, gets the ward off.
Yeah, I mean, intelligent by Rest to realize what could be happening.
Yeah.
Now, 20 seconds until Dragon.
Oh.
If you're BYG, you really want to see a recall come out of
Karsa's coming
Husha.
bot.
Oh, this is problem.
Feng does have cleanse on the center, and he's playing very far back. Manages to resist that soul that is in the middle of the lane. And
Sure how.
the vision control on the bot side is crazy for CFO. Bunch of pink wards down. I mean, not a ward that I can see for Beyond down there. Just one in their own brush.
Husha yet to recall. We're looking for 1116. Through will come Carson, not yet using the ultimate. Will find his way there onto Husha.
Yeah.
Not much becomes of.
Gory gets feared
play.
there, but Husha misses the knock-up on Belva. Probably doesn't turn into a kill, but would have been a pretty massive chunk on this Yone as the Dragon's up. So no one with an item completed yet.
Nautilus the closest.
Yeah, he is falling a bit behind the... Oh, there are 2 souls there.
Oh,
Magical Journey.
He's got Magical Journey. There's a big cooldown at this rank.
Statru could turn this.
Yeah, his team are coming down. Caster going to pop out that Nature's Grasp, but he's going to get knocked up. Nice tempered fake coming out of Sword Art. He's going to be able to land that Cosmic Binding every day of the week, and we're looking for a kill. It's first blood and it's Husha. You called it, but what is the result afterwards? It's Rest teleporting in a massive CC chain coming out of BYG, and these 3 members of CFO all running. A 3-man QW is going to be found here from 1116 on this way. He's going to land another one. He lands those every single day of the week. Cosmic Binding. This chain will connect in 1116, picking himself up a second. Kills 2-2 out of nowhere, but certainly in favor of BYG as Rest 2 is looking to be taken out. Going to lose his flash and humbly have to recall. Feng going to aggro this Dragon as the team converges around. Husha should have a good time picking this one up for himself.
This Nautilus is so tanky, and they just overextend to get a small chunk onto him, but he's able to just ult Karsa here. Husha dodges out of the Varus ultimate, and I mean, it looked like Gory might just be able to kill everyone here, but it only lands onto the Nautilus, and Husha picks up a kill, gets a bit of healing off the reset, and importantly, Rest doesn't connect with this ulti. Really nice flash from Feng, and then 1-on-6. Yeah, ridiculous fight out of him. Who holds onto his flash through all of that.
The 3-man EE is not something you often expect.
Yeah. Nerves of Steel against the Gnar ulti as well. Is just barely out of range, doesn't flash.
Knows his limits, knows them well. I mean, fantastic work by Sword Art that fight to honestly save them from what could have been absolute disaster. Driver though, there's a lot of people around here. He's not going to die, but he certainly is going to lose a lot of his health.
Yeah, I thought he might be in trouble with a Gnar going Mega and Maokai ult coming up.
Now, Husha's true form that he gained from that Dragon is going to expire soon. Of course, Rift Herald, when there is a Balveth in the game, the most important objective for both teams.
Gives you the transformation.
Yeah, but it also gives you the minions. So you imagine you've got 6 Void Grubs and you're charging up mid lane. You've got the Void Mites spawning. You've got the minions that die transforming into whatever Balveth's minions are called.
Yeah, and you've got not a whole lot of wave clear on CFO.
Yeah, really just the Varus, and while it is okay, this is the on-hit Varus, so certainly lower than some Varus wave clear we're used to. 116 does use that ultimate there onto Rest, chunking him out fairly low as Husha, Feng, and 116 now will be starting to get to work on this Rift Herald.
Yeah,
I don't think CFO are going to want to give this over. It is a huge, huge game shifter.
Taco has to just walk. He has no teleport.
We do have Gory also walking out of base, just completing up that Blade of the Ruined King. At least for now, this Rift Herald has been stopped.
Yeah, it doesn't look like CFO can start it themselves. They are very behind on items. So they have to swap 1116 back into the bot lane because he has the TP to match Theon's. If Taco's bot lane, it's hard for them to go for this Rift. They might just give up the tier 1 for the Rift or take the Rift and then TP onto the tier 1. We'll see if they have time to do it.
So they're starting it again.
It is dead so quickly.
Yeah, Gory has teleport. Driver doesn't. Oh, this could be a 4v5. They get the Balveth transform. The true form comes out, but it's a 4v5 once again. Gory not really finding anything there with the Fate sealed. He's going to eventually be able to take down the center. Feng being eliminated from the fight. Rest of the top side, though, also will be going down. It's a 1-for-1 despite the 4v5.
Yeah.
Mystical Journey out means all things said and done. It is the Rift Herald picked up. Husha does survive, so he will have that true form.
Yep.
And Driver's had all the time in the world to just sit down bottom farm.
Wow, Driver wasn't even in that fight. So that's all beyond. He's going to be able to pick up the tier 1 and watch the flash from 1116 here. I thought it was doomed with Gory on this pretty amazing flank off this TP ward, but Nautilus blocks everything, and then he flashes out of the Yonel and puts himself in a perfect position to continue the fight. Feng not so lucky, no flash for him, just gets caught up in the middle. They do have to flash to finish off the Gnar there, but pretty happy with that if you're Beyond. Oh, as Gory's getting stronger on the Yon now. No flash on the Hui might be a bit scary as Beyond are looking to immediately push with the
Someone hopping it.
Oh right, they have Bard.
As soon as you see that, surely you hop in it so it like delays the channel, you know?
Oh, and do a little donut.
No, you don't even have to. I think because of the time it takes you to get into the Rift Shield, it probably means that Bardol would have expired, but...
Oh.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
what coulda, woulda, shoulda, and all that good jazz.
A little underwhelming Rift Herald there, but Sword Dart, right place, right time. So items pretty even across the board. Driver maybe pulling a little ahead just off the tower he was able to get bot lane.
It was the first tower of the game, so a sizable amount of gold. Obviously the 400 you get for it being his first tower, and the 300 you get for it being our tower.
And it looks like Beyond are prioritizing the vision around the dragon. It's going to be coming up in 20 or so seconds. So Bardol is not going to be up for this dragon, so this is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, if the dragon gets delayed at all, probably will be.
Yeah, I don't think Beyond will want to delay at all with Bel'Veth form running out soon.
Yeah, you want to get that retransform. Are they going to be able to do it in time?
Yeah,
Should
no
be able to,
contest
yeah.
coming through.
All right, so going to get that refresh on the Rift Herald version of the true form. Oh, Driver's looking aggressive on the Shun. Ghost popped. World Ender also popped here from Driver. And remember, he is not the lethality Aatrox, so he's not as squishy as what he could have been. And so despite Chain of Corruption coming out, he is going to be able to live. Gory, in the meanwhile, he's taken his top tower for himself. And with no contest coming through, it's all his for the taking.
Yeah, Gory playing really well this game. He's going to be pretty scary to deal with. Sword Art knocked
Sword
out.
Art. Okay, he manages to get to that mystical journey. Gory, though, he's arriving to this fight, and Driver does have teleport this time, so can get here if he so needs to. Mid tower, though, it's not long for the world. It's all gone.
So you end up getting a couple sums out of CFO. You trade mid for top, and you get a dragon. Still pretty happy with all of this if you are Beyond. So I'm surprised that he didn't go for the lethality Aatrox this game. Guess he felt like they needed frontline. Though there are a lot of squishy targets. Even the Gnar pretty squishy.
For sure. Baron spawning.
Gory whiffs the ult.
Misses the ult. Feng gonna have to flash though. It is obviously a flash that was matched by Gory. Oh, we get a cool Baron pit this time.
Yeah, and I think that's worth it if you're Gory. Senna without flash is very vulnerable. No Tom Kent or anything. So it seems like Beyond want this matchup specifically. They want the Aatrox into the Yone and the Gnar into the Hui.
Probably not likely to see a whole lot of action up until either a mistake is made or the next dragon. I don't think either team. Obviously, honestly, CFO probably do the dragon fast, the Baron faster, but they are in no position to be looking for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be CFO doing it faster. So much single target. Gnar, Yone, Varus. Not a slow Baron from Beyond, though.
Mainly just the Bel'Veth.
Yeah, Bel'Veth. And you've just got a bunch of carries. I'm not sure what Hui's Baron is like. I don't think it's the fastest or the slowest.
It's not too bad because of the burn on QE, sorry. Oh, nice cosmic binding.
God, Feng
Gets
takes so
Bing
much damage.
chunked out, but with a singular Q, he's feeling good about himself yet again.
Beyond looking. So no flash on Feng is going to be very scary, especially against a Bard, Maokai. Oh, they might look to dive. Gory here.
Yeah, Gory no flash, remember.
He's got Sword Art near him. He can give him an ult to help him out.
Okay, Sword Art's going to use that magical journey, and with that, Husha no longer going to be looking for this play. Tower, though, will be taken out. And
Rooted.
nice root. Means that Gory's going to get chunked. Casa? I mean, he should be okay, but...
Yeah, he might eat an Nautilus Hook here.
Yeah, okay, and Nautilus ult coming down onto Shun. He's very far away, so should be safe, but Casa, maybe unable to say the same for him, is going to be able to get himself out of there with that flash and with that Maokai ult. 2 massive cooldowns used, though.
Yeah, 40 seconds on Dragon. Shun
Seems like-
doesn't have to flash.
Yeah, but I think with those 2 Maokai cooldowns, you're probably not contesting this dragon anymore.
Well, that would
Nature's
be-
Grasp might be coming up just before it, but it's going to be a close call, and you're certainly not fighting in river without that ability.
They did nerf the cooldown by about 10 seconds, I think, so we might see that make a difference this game.
Oh, we've got to the infinite wave clear Nautilus glitch.
Yeah, I love this Nautilus build.
Nautilus ult also down, of course. Did use it on Shun in prior engagement.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the most impactful ultimate.
Yeah, not when Stature's landing hooks all game.
Yeah, and in comparison to that of the Maokai,
Yeah.
of course. I think you'd much rather have a Maokai ult than a Nautilus ult in 9 out of 10 scenarios, especially around a river.
Yeah, Feng's still without flash, though, so they're going to have to find a way to protect him from Gory.
Oh, we are once again landing our way
Yeah.
QWs. And
Oh.
that was very, very close.
Eats a massive chunk
Rest
anyway, though.
Meganar is running out.
Uh-oh. So this should be just the Dragon going over.
Yeah, Rest no more Meganar, and he's going to have to wait for that passive cooldown before he can even start to stack it up, let alone get it. Gory, though, finds himself a lone center in the back line. Isn't going to be quite able to take him out. Out will come the center ult. It's going to be a magnificent Sword Art ult coming through onto 116 on the way. Ult does go wide there from 1116. Driver's in the middle. He is healing up, but it's too little too late. Hui gets a snipe on the back as Rest runs on forward. Meganar once again will be coming back up. It's a 2-for-1 there in favor of CFO.
Yeah, Beyond just looked a bit hesitant to start up the Dragon, and
Rest
Gory
has
finds
Mega.
a ridiculous engage. Oh,
Rest has
and
Mega Flash. He's going to find 116, and this is going to be light work at this stage. They're even able to find not only 116, but Husha
Wow.
as well.
Wow, what a ridiculous game from Gory. He just engages that fight on the own. Chunks Feng to 1 HP, gets himself out, and then picks up a double kill there as well. We talked about how fast their Baron was.
Yeah, looking for Baron now. Should not there, but he is here now. And it will be the Baron. The first one of the game, at least, will be going over to CFO. Dragon remains alive, so maybe BYG sprint out of base, head towards that Baron, and look for either another fight or...
So it's just Gory engaging this fight.
Yeah, just finds Feng for fun.
And hits Driver too, and watch the flash out of Shun. As it looks like Taco maybe can turn this fight around. Nautilus goes down so quickly. So Driver finds 2 Qs onto him, but prediction from Sword Art and Shun to flash immediately, and Driver ends up flashing into nothing. And that is with a mini Gnar as well.
Yeah, and this time it won't be a mini Gnar, as Dragon started up and Gnar transform going to be coming through. No flash available for Gnar, of course, using it at the tail end of the prior engagement, but I mean, ultimately Dragon immediately annihilated. BYG not really having a way into this river. CFO looking good now. Rusty start, but flash.
Oh.
It's going to be onto Casa. Maokai maybe not the person you want. Does get that Bramble Smash as well as that Nature's Grasp off, but Driver's found his way onto Shun here, but he's getting annihilated. It's just going to be taken out. Gory on the back line has a nice Fate sealed, but there is no follow-up, so he's going to be forced to flash away as Husha goes wide on that W.
Yeah, it looked like Driver found a flank, but he just gets taken down so quickly by the Varus. Meanwhile, Gory's in the middle of 4 people. Gets a chunk onto 116 and gets out of there.
Yeah, 116 certainly doing his fair share of the damage, but no one else really following along.
Yeah, that's going to be 700 gold. And, you know, you have to wonder about Driver's build. It feels the lethality in these last few fights. He's been finding these Q3s. You know, would he have been able to kill Shun?
Definitely would have been closer.
Or not Q3s, the Q sweet spot.
Yeah, yeah. And CFO now pretty comfortably in the driver's seat. Is
Gory.
even more comfortable when Gory's looking for 116 yet again. Shield will come out, but now Husha's on the waiting side, and Gory must not be able to live this, won't be able to. It's going to be a shutdown. 550 gold one at that, going over to 116 on the way. Some much needed gold if they're going to want to find their way back into this fight, and an uncharacteristic mistake out of Gory.
Yeah, and I just expected that to work for Gory with how these 2 games have been going. It seems like everything is just going so well for him. But nice flash from 1116, and they managed to get the kill back. And the shutdown went to the Hui, I think.
It did, yep.
So going to be massive this game. He's already putting out a lot of damage, has his Void Staff. Will probably be going for Rabadons now. Husha's very deep.
He has the true form, so a little bit more evasive.
Yeah, scaling is so good for Beyond in this game. It's just...
I think, honestly, scaling shouldn't play too much of a part.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, both teams scale completely fine, and all it takes is one mistake and you've lost Feng. And at that stage, 1116 and Driver have, and Husha, I guess, have a lot of damage to output to make.
Wow, 2 levels up for Rest after the Baron.
Oh, that sucks.
It is a 4v5, so he's not going to be able to go on the Aatrox or anything. So
yeah, level leads around the Rift. It's also Gory with a 2-level lead over 1116, and I think that's just coming down to the nature of Gory just constantly solo XP in a side lane, Rest constant solo XP in a side lane, meanwhile Driver...
The Baron XP too.
Yeah, and Driver and 116 really, they're trying to be with their team because they know at any given moment if a teleport comes in behind or if Caster finds a Night Nature's Grasp, it's going to be lights out for these squishy members that BYG have drafted for themselves. Husha done a good job of locating Vision and taking it out recently. He is noticeably quite weak, though. Definitely weaker than where you'd want your Balveth to be.
Yeah. Yeah, after a really good start, too.
Yeah. Current items, current state of the game, I'm taking Maokai 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, definitely.
Driver being looked at. That's the R roll. Driver actually looking aggressively. Sword Art in the area, too. Magical Journey comes through. Husha's not going to be able to land. But 116 with the teleport down, they're going to be able to find one. That is Rest going down. In the meanwhile, though, Gory up on the top side will be taking down this tower for himself, so it's not all for nothing. More gold over to this Yone, more map pressure over to the side of CFO. One shutdown for BYG.
Yeah, and this Yone has a rough time in lane, but it's so frustrating to play against. Beyond find a good fight there, but yeah, meanwhile, Yone gets himself 700 gold, so you got to be happy with that if you're CFO. TP was committed by 1116 as well for that fight, and you know CFO had no interest in fighting. They were just gonna trade the objective for a kill.
Yeah, they'd Sword Art down there to try and help with an escape.
20 seconds on the Dragon though, and the Snar is definitely not gonna have Mega.
He's gonna have teleport so he can be there, but yeah, he's gonna be in the mini form. Last time they fought mini form though, they did manage to lose it. So
yeah, no flashes on either of the carries for Beyond as well. They're gonna have to find a good fight.
They're going to have to know where Gory is at all times.
Yeah.
Really, Gory ult. The main one here that's going to be threatening.
Yeah, I think they're going to hit it immediately.
Should do. Nah. Teleporting in. He's teleporting deep in the bot side. Caster, Gory, they are back where we saw them last team fight, where they found Feng, where they found 116, where they found the team fight win and the Dragon. Let's see if we see much the same here. Stay True, notably standing there, marking, trying to not allow any funny business. Driver as well, doing much the same to Rest. It's a bit cooldown. Gory now losing.
Yeah, no E, but Rest is about to go Mega. So
Yeah.
they've bought enough time.
All right, Rest is going to be Mega now. This is the time they want to be able to find a fight. Nature's Grass comes through. Husha, though, he's just looking for casters. A lot of damage comes through on the backside. It is Gory. He doesn't land the knock-up onto Feng, who is dipping and diving. Flash on from Rest, and it's 1-1-6. Who's found, but the team fight's not clear. Husha finds a reset, but doesn't get it. Driver's trying to find some health, but he's not either. Now it's only Feng. It's a quadra kill and a pentakill for Shun.
Yeah, Shun just lives on a sliver of HP there and picks himself up a Penta. Well played by CFO. I think they're going to be able to end.
What an incredible fight. So many low health bars. No reset for Husha, and Shun standing and delivering on the back. He's able to find absolutely everything and more. This Varus is going to carry them to not one, but now 2 wins and redemption over BYG. Inhibitor going down. They're not going to get the end just yet. Respawns are coming through, but Baron will be theirs.
Yeah, I guess they think Quake can just clear the wave and stop them from ending. No need to risk it. You're so far ahead now, especially with 5 kills going onto your Varus. And Shun is just free hitting this entire fight as they go for a big engage onto Karsa here. And 1116 gets caught by, you'll see Rest come in on the Gnar. Cosmic Binding into Bard ulti, into Rest just flashing on him here. And he goes down immediately, and you see Shun is just free hitting onto Husha here, and he gets so much damage off. Driver again finds his way onto him, but you know, you have to wonder if that's the lethality Aatrox that might get the kill
BYG, they're the ones on Baron. Gory does use that E. Oh my god, a bit of missed synergy there. 1116 having to flash into the back of the pit though. He should not be long for this world. Down goes his Seraph's cooldown. On the other side though, Driver, they're looking for Gory. They're not going to find Gory. Naro comes through. Caster's found Feng. It's going to be another team fight victory for CFO. Teleport down to the bot lane for Gory as Feng will be going down. Stay True remains alive. Cosmic Binding interrupting that teleporter. Now, it will eventually be the game for CFO. 2 crazy team fights, a pentakill, stopping the Baron, and now Nexus Towers going down. Nexus will go down. It will be the eventual 2-0 for CFO.
Yeah, Beyond go from being in the driver's seat to this game to CFO just turning the whole game around off of just one team fight.
Shun,
initiated by Gory, and then next team fight, Shun's got a Penta.
yeah, Shun with fantastic kiting. You saw the micro movements that were in that fight, keeping him just alive from Driver, flashing on his face, and all the way damage coming through from that AoE wasn't enough. Shun absolutely playing out of his mind. Gory as well, constantly finding his way into these team fights. And it was just too much. BYG find themselves with an early lead, but ultimately were not able to get it across the line. I said it before the game started, but that Balveth had a lot of work to do and almost the most impossible comp to do it against.
Yeah.
And again, Caster just shows he can play the carries, but by God, can he play the tanks?
Yeah, he can do it all, right? And I mean, the way Karsa navigated that early game, just dodging out from the stronger early game jungler, didn't have prio in mid or bot, but managed to get all of his bot camp somehow. And then, yeah, didn't really fall behind in the early game anyway. Does end up falling behind because it's a Belveth.
Yeah.
Quick clears, fast jungler. Yeah, and it looked like it was going to work. The Belveth pick 4.
Did it?
It did. They got.
I mean, you always think it's going to win early against a Maokai.
Yeah,
I wasn't
they got
questioning
every
that.
objective. They got a bunch of kills. Stay True was landing hooks.
They got all the Void Grubs. They lost the first dragon.
Yeah.
And then they got the second dragon. But like, I think all the Void Grubs was like, well, maybe there's a chance. But they ultimately don't have anyone ever hitting tower.
Yeah, and so many times that game, they were so close to killing Gory in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He just survives on 1 HP several times, and then he finds that engage that, you know,
Turn the game,
completely,
really, yeah. Finds it
turns
onto
the game.
Feng out of everyone, right at the back. And
yeah, clips Taco with it too, and Taco tries to do something similar, finds his way onto Sordar and Shun, but they both predict the flash coming out of the Aatrox Q3. Get out of there, and it's a win for CFO. Next fight is even more decisive.
yeah, even when the team fights go a bit weird, like when it's like, well, this is not what we want to happen. Like we saw it at that last Baron fight.
Yeah.
Gory ults in as the Bard ult comes down and just cancels out absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, not what you want, but they still just clean wipe it. No one on their team goes down.
Yeah.
They get all 5 kills and in the game off it. It's like, well, this was a botched botched fight in many ways. You know?
In every fight, every member of CFO is finding impact.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, it's not easy to find any synergy or coordination when you've Bard ulted your Yone mid-ult, but just everyone kind of knows their role and knows how they can have impact on any given fight. And yeah, it's got them across the line against Beyond in another 2-0.
Yeah.
First they 2-0 PSG,
They did.
now Beyond.
Weren't able to 2-0 Frank,
Yeah.
but they got the 2-0. I mean, they've got another chance now, don't they? They didn't get the 2. They didn't even get the win against Beyond last time, and now to go from not getting the win to a 2-0 in such decisive fashion, might I add. Like, yes, they were a little bit behind early game.
Yeah, it was looking shaky in the early game.
You had the
especially
harder mid lane, you had the harder jungle. They were a bit behind, but ultimately, I mean, once you get to these skirmishes, the power that Maokai provides, the power that Yone has coming on top of the Maokai ults coming from whatever angle.
I mean, he barely needed it in some of those fights. Gory was just finding
absolutely everything
on his own.
Yeah, he was. And a lot of the times the fight would start with that. It would be Caster getting caught out. He uses the Maokai ult as a disengage, and then Gory just comes in from the side later on and finds an engage himself anyway. And I mean, you had no way to get to this Varus, and the only times you did, he had sums up, and Driver didn't have the damage to take him out.
So you see even here, Gory on the side, just charging up his Q, distracting 3 members, and Rest just walks through everyone, sees a Hui, stuns 2 with his flash ulti there, and Shun is able to just free hit. He lives on 1 HP this fight. You know, Driver just missing the Q3 knockup.
You have to wonder if there was an earlier time for Feng to ult.
Yeah, you hate to see a Senna ult when her entire team is dead.
Yeah, losing a lot of power there.
Yeah, with how close the fight was as well, there were probably a lot of little micro, you know, differences that, you know, if Beyond had played the fight slightly better, they might have been able to win.
Yeah, and I think also we're seeing in that game that the Profane Hydra just seems so much better.
Yeah.
If you are the Aatrox.
Yeah, especially when you're finding your way onto the Varus.
Yeah, he found his way there multiple times, but just didn't have the damage. I mean, landing the sweet spots on him as well, but didn't have the damage. And the Profane Hydra increases the damage that you get off this Aatrox tenfold. It also increases the healing, by the way. While, yes, the Sundered Sky active gives you a bit of healing, the more AD you have, the more lifesteal you're going to get.
We've seen these Aatroxes just go from 1 HP to full, instantly. Maybe the side lanes are just unplayable with that build. I'm not really sure. I do trust Driver's matchup knowledge, maybe.
Yeah, I do. The reason I worry that is, maybe you're not able to fight the Gnar, but you can just clear out the wave entirely.
Yeah, and he wasn't exactly fighting him anyway.
No, exactly. He was looking for team fights. Most damage does go to 1116. We saw that on the damage graph. Gory actually with the most gold and most damage taken per death. I don't believe dying a single time. And then Shun, of course, most amount of kills. It's going to be Gory picking up the MVP. I mean, deserved.
Fair.
Completely deserved. The amount of pressure that he absorbed the entire game, the angles he was finding in these fights.
The way he navigated that lane, that it looked like after the first game, 1116 improved on already a strong matchup and was able to punish Gory even harder, still just able to hang on in that lane, living on a sliver of HP a bunch of times, and then massive impact in the team fights. Yeah, fair enough. And you know he played well when his teammate got a penta. Yeah, and you still get the MVP on the
Yeah, for sure. No, he played it incredibly well. Oh, I'm excited to see more of the CFO team. I think with that, now they are probably one more game away from securing the fact that they will be in the top two. So I think they need one more win.
This is the engage that turned the game around. Chunks Feng to, 1 HP, Driver to half. Nice ult from Sword Art, who's just quietly having an amazing game on the bar, too.
Yeah.
And then this was Driver just not quite. But, I mean, 2 amazing flashes out of Shun and Sword Art.
Not able to get it done, though. And, I mean, it was Gory, really, just running the rifts. Honestly, a lot of it was Husha once again. I mean, not Husha, sorry. Casa once again.
Yeah.
Getting caught.
Navigating a really difficult.
Getting caught, if you will. He gets caught and never dies anyway. Just W's, ults,
I mean, even that time mid where he gets hooked.
Yeah.
He ends up blowing his ult and his flash, but he survives.
He survives, and then after that, I believe they even got the dragon that fight.
Yeah, they got caught right before the fight where Gory finds an engage.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just doesn't matter. You can find as much engage as you want, but if it's onto the Maokai, even if you kill him, do you really win the fight? Not very clear.
Yeah, with so many threats.
Yeah, exactly. It's too hard to tell, and I think the good thing about this for BYG is they've tried something new, and it didn't really work, but in the future, maybe they can find a different answer, something to answer up to CFO in the playoffs. We will now be going to an interview, though. It will be with both Patty and Shun, so do please enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 CFO 的 AD 选手勋，请勋先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的顺，叫我小顺就好。
Congratulations for winning today's highly anticipated matchup. Winning against a strong team like BYG and also taking revenge from them. How do you feel now that you win? 恭喜你们赢下今天的顶尖对决，是赢下实力坚强的 BYG， 且你们上次输给他们了，现在心情如何？
就很开心吧。大家都说我们打 BYG 有魔咒，就这次我们就打破这魔咒，就特别开心。大家也要去聚餐这样。
So I'm really happy that we guys won. Everyone say that fighting against BYG, we kind of cannot beat them at all always. But today we broke that kind of image. So I'm really happy and we're going to dinner afterwards. Today your bottom lane had a great performance against them in laning phase compared to last time you guys played against them. Did you guys do any special training against BYG on the bottom lane? 你们今天下路对线跟上次其实相差比较大，变得更好了。想问一下，你们有针对 BYG 的下路做怎样的针对训练吗？
就没做什么特别训练吧，就是我们在选角上面就选得比较好的感觉，所以我们就有优势这样。
We didn't really train against BYG specifically, but today we have a good composition and we picked really good champions against them. That's why I think we won today easily against them. You got a pentakill in the second game. Can you break down that pentakill for us? 你第二局拿下了 pentakill 嘛？可以跟我们说一下你怎么操作的吗？那一波？
一开始是看到对面中野在打卡萨，然后我们刚好是巴德在那个墙上嘛，然后我们就钻洞过去，我就先把对面中路杀了，然后接着收割这样。
So we saw that their mid jungle is fighting against Karsa, and I saw that we have Bard, right? So I was able to go in and break the wall and go in and kill all of their teammates for that. So now your team's performance is getting more steady. Do you think we are now looking at the full potential of CFO? Will we be seeing more things from CFO from now on? 你们目前表现逐渐回稳，你觉得我们现在看到 CFO 是完全体吗？是全实力吗？还是有更多的进步空间？
主要我觉得我们的判断可以再做得更好吧。就是有的时候我们可能会先被抓死，就是我们认为我们不会死，但是就是确实就可能有这些没有判断好的失误吧。我觉得改进之后我们可以变得更强。
I think we can improve on our decision making. So sometimes we make wrong decisions and got killed by the opponent. But if we improve on our decision making, we can become better team and make better performances. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for a win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢顺选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Mountain。
谢谢，拜拜。
Oh, nice little interview.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had DCG going out for a party, and today it is CFO going out for dinner. So a little bit more
dinner.
reserved. A little bit. I mean, maybe it's akin to, if you remember the little Flash Wolves segment when it was CFO versus PSG, how they used to go for ramen after their game. Maybe it's something akin to that, like
little team bonding. I just loved his breakdown of, can you break down the penta for us? I went in and I killed them all.
Yeah, I went through the wall with Bar Tunnel, killed them all. And it really was like that. Of course, our next match, though, I mean, it's another exciting one, of course, when we have the contenders bracket. Very exciting. Frank versus PSG, what are we thinking? Come on, I need to push you for an answer here.
Okay, you've got to go for Frank.
Frank?
I mean, PSG have kind of sucked the last two matches.
That's one way to put it.
Especially Maple has looked very shaky.
Yeah, so is Junjia, in fairness. Not really having the same performances as he did at the start.
Yeah, Junjia, if you're a PSG fan, you want to see Junjia on some carries.
Yeah, I think we're ready for that.
Yeah. He just looks completely different on the carries versus the tanks. He's not a Karsa where he's really able to perform on both and have impact on both. It just feels like the team looks better, he looks better. And who have you got?
I mean, I got PSG. I think they're coming back with a vengeance. Maple is not going to let this happen to him again. But before we get to that, we are going to have a little break. When we are back, though, again, it will be Frank versus PSG. PSG looking for redemption.
To be buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. We la la, this is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up till the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh
too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shine in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. To lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shine in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck. Looking at the ceiling. I've been stuck. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. This is wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got your chips and drink because we've got a banger of a series coming up. Frank versus PSG. PSG on a massive downward trend. And Frank looking pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
Just losing to CFO in their most recent series, but absolutely making them work for it. And now we get to watch those two teams in action again.
Yeah, PSG on a bit of a rough streak, especially with the loss to DCG. Both teams losing to CFO recently, but who hasn't? With the form CFO are on. I've been trying to figure out what really has been going so wrong for PSG. And I think they've just looked a bit disconnected, maybe. Plays just aren't happening. I don't think they've kept up with the draft. The meta is changing really quickly with these patches. I don't think it was initially all that solved in the first place, and then new champs coming in with the Hui and the Smolder and the Twisted Fate and the Karma has just kind of caught them off guard. And I think mostly Maple has just been underperforming. He's just had games where he's 0-4, 0-5 in the early game, and he does still play the team fights well, but he's just set himself up for failure falling behind early game.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I think a lot of their drafting is questionable too. I mean, in their most recent series up against DCG, just forcing Lucian Milio all 3 games. In our 1v1, though, it is going to be Maple versus Jiang, which is a bit exciting. I don't believe we've seen Maple in the 1v1s yet. I'm pretty sure we haven't.
Did he play Callista? Yeah, he did. He played one Callista game, dominated.
And Frank just sent in Jiang no matter what.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
No, I don't either. I mean, he's lost one.
The Jax Heimerdinger incident.
Yeah, the Jax, yeah.
Orca.
Orca the king.
My goat on the Heimerdinger.
Orca the new carry of DCG, as it were.
Yeah, as self-proclaimed new carry of DCG.
But yep, going to get to see these two take on each other in the 1v1. 4-side selection, of course. Maple and Jiang there on your screen. I mean, Jiang, what an impressive start as a rookie.
Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, putting his team on his back a bunch of games has looked terrifying on the Aatrox. Pretty good on the Cassante, too.
Okay, 380 carry bands. Hui going to be the lock-in.
Okay.
Hui versus Darius. Huh?
I don't know if I love Hui in a 1v1, but his lane phases have looked really strong in the mid lane.
What's the win con? Because he's never really killing many people.
Yeah.
Darius Doobie.
Yeah, he's going to have a big wave clear advantage. No flash on the Darius. Hoping to just gap close with Snowball. Much shorter cooldown. There's the Snowball. Oh.
Maple lost the trade.
Yep. Yeah, anytime you're getting hit with Darius E, the trade is likely not going your way. I mean, this is a good sign from Maple. We might see him on the way.
We did already.
Oh, we did?
It was 0-5.
It was 0-5.
Yeah, that was against DCG.
That's not good.
Oh my. Yeah, no, you can't hit Jiang with a skill shot, apparently. This guy is crazy.
Oh, cancels that auto, takes the tower shot.
Still feeling pretty good about himself, though.
Yeah, not a bad trade regardless. Does use his ghost for that trade, but I don't think Maple's going to be able to do much to really punish it. As I did think he'd have Prio in this lane, but with a couple trades going Jiang's way.
Oh, the apprehend even lands.
Oh, misses the Q.
The fear once again missing. Jiang just not phased at all.
Yeah, Maple might die if that Darius Q lands.
Lost a plate already. And
yeah, it's going to be hard to get a recall in here as Maple.
Yeah, this might just end up being a CS win. Sorry,
Tower.
a tower win.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty risky for him to walk up and hit the tower. Ooh, okay. All
Okay.
right, that's a lot of damage. Is going to be able to get both health relics, though, Jiang.
I worry that Jiang just buys a Hex Drinker.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't get the snowball. I like the Nimbus Cloak as well. Just snowball with such a short cooldown.
Yeah, obviously Nimbus Cloak, though, it does make your movement speed faster depending on the cooldown, so...
Oh, does it?
It does,
The
yeah.
cooldown
so
of the
teleport gives
summoner.
you...
Wow.
Early teleport gives you the fastest, and then flash, and so on and so forth, yeah. The longer the summoner spell, the better the movement speed you gain.
Alright, Maple does get a decent recall off.
Merc Treads picked up.
Wave is certainly not crashing, but... I mean, he's already 6 on the wave. So not too worried about XP. Yeah,
Pick up those Sork boots.
Yeah, boots for both, so pretty even on items. Maple still does have his flash as well. But he's going to have to, you know, chip away at this Darius's HP.
Oh boy.
I think he saw him get in the bush, so he should be
Yeah,
okay.
but the problem is...
How are you ever walking up?
You can know he's in the bush. Well, that doesn't solve a whole lot.
Gets the fear. Alright. That's a decent trade.
Okay. We might have a 1v1 on our hands now.
Yeah. I don't think Maple can walk into that.
Uh-oh.
It's the ghost.
You have to land that fair, and he will.
Yeah. Not the easiest on a ghosted Darius. Is half HP now, Jiang.
Even less than.
I wonder if Maple will shove or freeze. Looks like a freeze. Oh.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
cancel a recall, but Jiang won't be recalling in the most obvious spot, so...
Yep. It's going to be denied quite a bit of XP here. I don't think it's going to be that consequential.
No. I mean, he denied a lot from Maple already. Anathema's chains is what it's looking like it will be.
Yeah.
And it's something we often see.
Yeah, and I think Maple's got to find a kill before that comes out.
Yeah, it might get increasingly difficult for sure.
Yeah, not really able to zone Jiang off the wave in a similar way. Can just one-shot the entire wave, though.
If you were in one of these 1v1s, what champion would you be taking?
Probably Heimer. Oh, or just any AD.
Yeah?
Yeah, probably just any ADC or Heimer.
You'd be going for the Samira?
Oh. I didn't think about Samira. I suck at Samira, though, as Snowball lands. Oh, Maple's looking...
Yeah, he's going to flash. Actually returns a lot of damage, winning out on that trade.
Yeah.
But losing flash is a very scary thing against the Snowball, if Snowball does connect.
Yeah. Maple gonna probably just try clear this wave and get another recall off. Oh, Jiang. Oh, he's gonna maybe snowball to interrupt the recall. Nope. We've seen not that much Caitlyn, which used to be a pretty good 1v1 champ.
Yeah, but there used to be a CS win con.
Yeah.
I think that might be why, is that, like, Caitlyn doesn't pressure the tower that much on her own. And bot lane, of course, when you have 2 champions, it makes it a lot easier. But, and she is quite vulnerable as well.
Yeah.
Well, you imagine trying to play Caitlyn against a Ghost Snowball Darius.
Yeah. Maple maybe has his Ludens finished now. There is Anathemas and the Elixir of Iron on the Darius now.
Sudden death, surely with the Anathemas or Anathemas or whatever.
Yeah.
Should favor Jiang, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's going to take some crazy outplay for Maple at this stage, I predict, but we'll see. He's definitely a capable player.
Yeah.
But Jiang is absolutely no slouch in these 1v1s, as proven by his record.
Yeah, Maple might be able to find enough poke.
Yeah, you really have to land poke now.
Yeah, no flash for the inevitable 1v1 that is coming.
Okay. Oh, okay, big. That's massive.
Has he actually put the Anathemas on Maple yet? Oh, the buff would be on Maple, right?
Yeah.
It's the Ghost. Fear comes out.
Oh, managed to get the apprehend. No flash available. Big ult, big Q, and it's just going to be like that. Simple as that. Jiang takes yet another name in his 1v1 path of destruction.
Yeah.
So, securing Frank themselves yet another side selection. Was this man on your screen?
Yep, they will go for the blue side. Was always going to be a tough matchup for the Hui, I think.
Yeah.
Maple maybe even overperforming a little bit for what we expected out of the Hui into Darius. So we'll see how Frank decide to pilot the blue side.
Yeah, and we'll see if PSG can come up with something to bring themselves back.
Yeah.
From what has been a pretty rough run. Jimmy will be the starting mid laner for Frank in this series.
Yep. I think I've liked Jimmy's performance slightly more than Pretender.
Yeah, I agree.
They might be the top 2 mids, honestly.
I think it's hard to not say Gory's one of
Yeah,
them.
Gory's up there now. With him coming into form. I've got probably Jimmy and Gory as the 2 best mid laners in the league at the moment.
Thus far, of course. Maple certainly can be.
Yeah.
We saw it last split. He was putting PSG on his back in a couple of games there, but hasn't really been able to show it this split.
Yeah, maybe just hasn't been, able to adapt to the mid lane meta that's just constantly changing so far this split.
Sure, Betty and Woody. I mean, I don't mind seeing the Lucian Milio, but I don't really want to see it. It just seems like it's too weak in lane.
Yeah, they've looked at their best when they're on the lane bullies, like the Caitlyn Lux. Betty picking himself up a pentakill with the Caitlyn. Woody having the most ridiculous Lux game I've ever seen.
2 of them, if I'm correct. I think you
just
picked
back
up
to back.
MVP on both of them. Climbing Woody. Not often we get to see the head-to-head with supports.
Yeah, but these are 2 very strong support players.
And very bottom proximity. I mean, the fact that they're both first and second in bottom proximity, but jungle proximity is first for Kaiwing, shows that there is a particular lane that Gemini is quite fond of going towards.
Yeah, and same with Jiang, honestly.
Jiang?
Junjia, sorry.
Oh.
Same with Junjia going towards Jiang. And I think the bot proximity or the jungle proximity is also maybe just a symptom of the types of champs Kaiwing likes to play versus Woody. You'll see Woody on a lot more enchanters and ranged supports, and Kaiwing just loves Leona, Nautilus.
Yeah. Particularly those 2.
Yeah, even when incredibly strong ranged supports are available, and they seem like no-brainers, Kaiwing is picking up an engage support and usually proving us wrong throughout the game with the engages he's able to find.
Ash will be banned. Makes a lot of sense. Woody certainly won't be afraid to pick that, given half the opportunity.
Yeah, and it kind of forces maybe a Kalista ban out of PSG.
We'll see. I hope to see Junjia on something with a little bit more autonomy this game.
I like the Azir ban out of PSG. Jimmyon's looked very good on the Azir. And decent on his other champs, but Azir has definitely been his strongest champion. I like the Caitlyn ban as well. PSG's bot lanes looked very strong on the Caitlyn Lux, and CFO were able to answer it. But if you're not confident you have an answer, Twisted Fate is open. We've seen him banned all day.
I've seen Maple pick him twice. 3 times, or maybe even 4 times, actually. 3 times, I think.
Yeah. So we'll see if they're willing to go for the Kalista, or maybe just a Twisted Fate. Maokai also open.
Cassante, but
Oh.
doesn't feel like a Jiang pick.
And Rel has been Gemini's best champ.
Kaiwing's also played a lot of it.
Yeah. I do want to see Gemini on it. The Rel feels a lot stronger when you've got it with an engage support. Primary engage Rel just has looked really shaky.
Okay, Kalista lowering in prio now for Frank if this gets locked in, but
Yeah.
heightens in prio for the side of PSG. I mean, even this does the same thing.
Yeah, Talia has been buffed.
Oh, okay, you definitely don't want to play Kalista.
Yeah.
There is
Kalista.
no Kalista pick, but for the side of PSG, I mean,
Yeah,
what do you
could go.
answer? Poppy, I guess? Time to lock in Arj's Poppy top.
Oh.
Then what? He's played a lot of Poppy top.
Yeah, I think Jiang will have a field day with what is a free matchup for, you know, a lot of carry champs in the top lane.
Like what?
I don't know.
Gwyn's the only one that comes to mind. Everything else loses to Poppy.
Well, Aatrox is banned.
Yeah.
I mean, also just Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante definitely will be fine.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cassante here. It's going to be the Tom. They go for the Tom. Oh, Nautilus is banned. So the Tom is the second go-to. We've seen a bit of Maokai Senna too, but
Kaiwing has played a lot of Tom with the Senna.
yeah, Tom
Even
makes
Tom
sense.
with Varus he's played.
Tom makes sense with the Vi on the enemy team too. This is going to force her to most of the time be ulting the Nautilus.
Oh,
the
back to
Tom.
old reliable.
Please no. I mean, PSG were the team,
That made it look good.
yeah, by far doing the best on the Udyr pick, so I don't hate to see it. And it does feel like it enables Junjia to play carry junglers when you've got the Udyr top. So much prio in the top lane.
Yeah. And it makes the job of Gemini a little bit harder. Now, again, it will be red side Udyr, so it doesn't really have the option to just stroll on into Raptors and deny that early camp, which we saw so often. Not going to be banned, of course. Similar to how it functions against all the melees, it just feels pretty hard to lane against.
Yeah, and we'll see if Gemini can't really start on the top side of the map with the Udyr locked in.
Almost protected, of course, but we need to still see what Jiang has as his answer. It's not going to be Jackson. It's not going to be Nah.
Yeah, Aatrox banned away too.
Could just be Cassante, but I think what PSG may be thinking is that if Jiang's not on a carry, then that could just be a win con.
Yeah.
A lot of these games that Frank have won have been off the back of an incredible team fighting out of Jimmyon or Pretender, but also off the back of some incredible individual play out of Jiang.
Yeah.
Very much one of the most exciting players to watch in the league, and it's just his rookie split too, so it was exciting. TF ban, that's a takeaway from Betty. Smolder though.
Oh yeah, we forgot about Smolder.
Why not? Lock it in, pal. Hello?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a terrible Smolder game.
No, you're not feeling too pressured by anything at the moment.
Yeah. A lot of tanks just to beat up on, get your stacks.
We'll be locked in. Awesome. So, waiting on Woody's pick, unless somehow this is a Talia support. That would be something DCG would do.
Oh, we're going to see Jimmyon on the way this time, maybe.
So we asked each other, I remember, maybe it was after the game, maybe it was on cast, I don't remember now, but we asked out of Pretender or Jimmyon, which of the two is going to be their Hui player? Would it be Pretender?
Yeah.
Or would it be Jimmyon? Jimmyon seems like it was the answer to that question.
Yeah, though we both did kind of expect Pretender.
Yeah.
So he has already added a third champion to his pool.
True. That is too many. Now, I mean, looking for tops unless somehow this is a top lane time. I would love to see it.
Wow.
I have watched so many of this guy's streams. He streams at like 4, 5 a.m. our time. But
Yeah.
every time I watch him, he's playing stuff like Aatrox, Jackson, Camille.
Yeah.
And he is an absolute freak on those champs. This is so exciting. Not the easiest Camille game, but he honestly has a pretty okay lane. Is likely just like every other champ going to struggle a little bit sort of early levels, but you actually do have kill pressure over the Udyr. He doesn't have the option to just sprint out of there. You are going to be able to lock him up if you are able to bring someone up, which it doesn't seem like they will be able to.
Yeah.
You do have the option to kill him, but more importantly, this team is kind of lacking a bit of damage. They have some from Hui, of course. Hui always does the most damage, but a lot of it's inconsequential.
Yeah, a worrying thing about the Camille, though, is if split pushing is going to be your win condition, they have Talia Vi on the enemy team. So it almost doesn't matter how far ahead of this Udyr you're going to be, how much stronger you'll be on the side. With Talia Vi, PSG are just going to be killing this Camille.
I think Camille's going to be feeling okay to team fight. I think Camille's going to be locking down Smolder.
Yeah.
Is what I'm assuming will happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Jiang, an incredible team fighter, incredible individual player. This is going to be very exciting to watch, as well as we finally get to see Frank pull out the Hui. Didn't know which of the two mid laners it would be. It's going to be Jimmian, who has looked hot all split long. He's gone up against Maple. Maple on his Talia. Importantly, I think the best game Maple had was on the Talia, picking up the MVP for that one.
Yeah, and Talia receiving some buffs. They're willing to just first rotation it.
Yeah. So PSG, I mean, they've got to find some success here. If they want to attempt to get into that top 2,
Yeah,
and that's to start here. They're
they've
2
got a
wins
bit of a
down.
climb ahead of themselves, right, to get to the top 2.
2 wins down, yeah. Frank, obviously one of those 2 teams that they need to bring down, I guess. Oh, there we go. Bit of synergy. Everyone hitting that U button.
Yeah, 5-way fist bump, always a good start.
Yeah, PSG haven't done the same, but concerning. So early lead, Frank.
Yeah, we did talk about their synergy issues on the side of PSG.
Phase rush. That's interesting for the Talia. I guess maybe you just want to be sure you're able to kite away from both the Camille as well as the Rao. Fleet footwork is the choice for Camille, just opting in for a little bit more sustain in the lane to survive a little bit better. Even Legend Bloodline, which is not typically what you see.
Yeah, usually you're going to pick up a Ravenous Hydra pretty early, right?
Sundered Sky, Triforce, Ravenous Hydra, they're all valid options. I think maybe because you are against Udyr, you might need the Ravenous to try and
just wave clear, sustain.
Yeah, ever have any push on the wave, and as well as you do just get poked down continuously from Phoenix stance.
Yeah, I'm curious what he'll go for first. It might just be the Sundered Sky. Yeah, and this is why Gemini had no plans of starting on the top side of the map.
Question mark pings coming down.
And this kind of looks like PSG just going back to what works.
We're brawling.
Yeah, Smolder not great in these fights.
Oh, this is not a good brawl.
Yeah.
This was a really bad brawl.
Yeah, Smolder at this point in the game, pretty useless.
Incredibly far forward.
Yeah, especially with a D-ring on the Smolder. He just can't take these auto trades.
Got himself a couple stacks.
Yeah.
And this is the beauty of laning top lane against Udyr.
Yeah. Yeah, always going to be rough, especially in the early levels.
Gets easier.
Yeah. Never really feels like the Udyr is killing anyone anymore. I think everyone's familiar enough against the pick.
Ooh.
So we'll see how well Hui can match the Talia wave clear. Not any champ that really can do that. Gemini's mid.
Yeah, but going to be a lot easier when this Talia has lost flash.
Yeah. Nice, just Gemini shows his face mid and gets a flash. Yeah, doesn't have to use anything, do anything.
But
is
now he might be paying for it with his blue buff.
Oh, does he see Udyr? He doesn't. Oh.
What an annoying champ. What an absolute bogus champ this is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Junjia I mean, Jiang will be appreciating that Udyr not, you know, beating him up in lane, but
Gemini's not.
yeah, he's going to lose at least 2 camps.
Yeah, Smite's still available for Junjia, and it will be going down now as Gromp taken away.
Gemini very ambitiously checks if his Gromp is there.
Oh, Junjia's not even doing the crab.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Maybe Gemini, if he recognizes what's going on, can run to bot lane quickly, but his bot lane does not have priority. And maybe grab the bot Scuttle Crab.
Jiang, though, he's doing all right. I mean, he is down CS. There's a massive wave for RJ to continue taking.
Yeah. Does he have
Ooh.
Smite still on Gemini?
Junjia does.
They
so
both
does
have Smite. Oh.
Who got it?
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, I think...
Oh, it was Gemini.
Yeah, it was Gemini. I think if Gemini didn't get that, he might just die. To a red buff Vi who's a level up on him.
Oh, we're still going.
This seems suicidal from Gemini.
Yeah, RJ can just ghost down if he wants to. He's a little bit low in mana. Instead, he's just wailing upon Jiang in this top lane.
Yeah, Gemini manages to somehow get a red buff. I didn't think he'd be able to do that. Vi is pretty strong at this point in the game. Once she gets level 3, level 4, as Jiang is in trouble now.
We are diving.
Yeah.
Jiang does have flash. So, you know, sometimes you see Ignite teleport out of Camille. No, we're not diving.
No, they don't decide to go for it. Maybe worried that Gemini is still in the neighborhood.
Void Grubs will be picked up, though. This is
Yeah.
very proactive on the map, PSG, around this Udyr.
Yeah.
And I think this is why we like to see them with the Udyr over anyone else, is that they actually get very, very aggressive. Not in their lane only, but they use that lane priority to then go harass the jungle. And this is something we've seen Arja do time and time again.
Yeah, and it's not just Aja, it's as a team, they just play so well around it, and Junjia has not failed to get a lead with the Udyr on his team.
Yeah, often as a kill. And, I mean, Betty's doing a fantastic job with these Achus.
Yeah, they're... Uh-oh. Bit of a flashback to the start of the split.
There's a metallic horse.
Woody might have to flash, he's just dead.
Yeah, we're going to be able to give this kill over to whoever we want, and apparently who we want is going to be Kaiwing. Woody is going to go down, uses that magical journey, doesn't realize what's waiting for him on the other end. Junjia, though, going to spot out Gemini. Might have another smite fight over this Gromp. Doesn't seem like we will.
Yep, bit of a relief for Frank's bot lane, who are running out of mana and looking rough. But he can't realistically freeze this. They don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Junjia is a level up. Looking at the dragon.
Yeah, quite a level up, by the way. If you look at the summoner
only
box,
halfway.
He's only, halfway, if that, to level 5. And
So at least
Junjia's been
half a level.
5 for a while.
Yeah, but I'd honestly like to see Junjia just go clear his camps and the
Get
level
6 and
advantage.
ult play.
Yeah, the level advantage is going to feel a lot more significant when you're level 6 versus
okay.
5.
Well, this is perfect. That is flash now burnt for Jimmy-in.
Yeah, Maple's back up now.
Yeah, and honestly, the most important part is that level 6 is quickly approaching for this Vi. So all of a sudden, this way is not in the slightest bit safe.
An absolute steal if Frank can get this dragon. I don't think PSG are going to let them with Talia ult up.
Level 6 for Junjia. Oh, you cannot fight this,
It's
surely.
time to get out of here.
There is no Betty, though. Betty just recalled. Betty just recalled means that Frank do have just priority over this, and we'll be able to get it.
Wow, what a steal by Frank. There was no way. It was looking very dire in terms of getting the dragon, but yeah, they somehow they kind of just hit it almost suicidally, similar to just Gemini picking up the red buff. Doesn't really feel like they can do that, but yeah, they pull it off. They have such a small window while Maple is chunked out. Their Hui is out of mana, flashless.
Uh-oh.
Maple has ulti as he's looking to use it top, and yeah. Vi Talia as a carry top laner, I can't really imagine a worse combo to be playing against.
Let's see how Jung can play this. He does get stunned up.
Nice.
He's knocked up really, really nice. Hextech ultimatum there, perfectly timed.
Yeah, dodges the Q from the Vi, and yeah, it does lose his flash, but I mean, that's a miracle that he survived that with how much CC there was coming his way.
Okay, Jimmy being very aggressive here. Eminem's
There is
waiting
still
in the
Vile.
wings. Well, yeah, wasn't critically not used in that top play, so still concerned for Jimmy in this mid lane, especially if his jungle and support were not there, but they are in this case, and Junjia instead going to take some more away from Gemini, who is now caught up in levels.
Yeah, he's at least level 6 now. Oh, Betty loses his cleanse.
He's going to have to flash for sure. Going to use it. Kaiwing though.
Oh, no.
He gets the Devour, stun, knock up. Mum comes through. Woody comes through, but it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, it's just the 2 tanks taking down the Smolder. Both his sums as well. Gemini holds onto his flash. As Jimmy might have trouble getting back to mid lane. But they do have a numbers advantage. Eminem going to escort him to the mid lane. Still have to be very careful though. Any Vile where Maple is around on the Talia is pretty much an insta-kill on either of these carries. Especially with Tom Kenshult down for now.
For sure. Not a good start though for PSG.
No, not at all. The gold is fine though.
Gold is fine. A lot of that, of course, sort of coming through the jungle, really.
Yeah, and they got themselves Void Grubs for the Dragon.
Yeah.
As Betty, no flash
He's
here.
going to be able to clear out most of this wave. There's no Devour, so should feel okay. Kaiwing even taking a substantial chunk from the tower, as well as Supercharged Breath or Supercharged Flame Breath, whatever it is.
So many defensive wards on this side for PSG. Aware of Gemini's playstyle, especially on the blue side. So it's Betty just very overextended. Procs his fleet footwork, but doesn't realize the situation he's in. Does avoid the knock-up from the Tahm Kench. Cleanses the slow, maybe just holds his flash too long. Well played by Kaiwing though. Recognizing he can just flash auto ult him, and Woody very ambitious with the flash. Oh. Oh. Jiang's gone down,
dead.
and Junjia has a kill. Maple has an assist too, so...
And the flash, nice. Vault Breaker is going to be able to find Jimmy in. Will we land the shove?
Wow.
The seismic shove doesn't connect, but it is still going to be a kill traded over. Magical Journey is trying to get to safety here for Woody. Junjia is going to have to do some blocking. Will be able to do so. Crash down coming through. Eminem on the way. It's not a fight you want at this point.
Yeah, Woody levels up there.
It is going to be overall, I think, good for PSG. It was 2-0 in kills, now 3-2, and Maple gets himself one, Junjia as well.
Yeah, Udyr takes the entire tower after they kill the Camille. And he is going to go for the Ravenous Hydra on the Camille first, and I'm guessing it's just Talia Vibe make another visit, and he outplayed the first one. This time, just the CC layered a lot better by PSG, just Udyr stun into the follow-up CC, and he doesn't get to move the entire time. Udyr can tank tower all day as well.
He did his best with that Hextech ultimatum yet again, but I mean, there was just too much. They were able to fully commit. A little bit tankier were the champions on PSG.
Yeah. Just using their setup from the Udyr a little better this time. Just Udyr can auto-attack stun into the Vi knockup, Vi ult, Talia knockup, and he just dies from full HP.
Well, Jimmy looking pretty good in the mid lane. Obviously, did go down in that most recent dive, but he is up a pretty good amount of CS. A lot of that, obviously, Maple roaming around the map trying to help his team.
Yeah, and a bit of help from Gemini too, so...
Yeah, certainly wasn't at no cost to the rest of the map, but still good to see that he has been able to find himself some gold. Teleport coming through. This is going to be RJ turning up well before Jiang. Will it be answered? At least it's not for now. He's just happy farming on the top side. RJ, he's in the middle of 4 members, and he doesn't particularly care as Kaiwing getting slowed up by that Phoenix starts, knocked up, shoved up, and through comes the cease and desist. Mum coming down too as Eminem trying to run away. Will be able to do so, but it does cost him both his flash and his ghost, and that engagement, and now attention for PSG should be turned around towards this Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, such a well-played fight by PSG. They pick off the Tahm Kench, and the moment the Tahm Kench goes down, Junjia ults onto the Senna, manages to just get Eminem's flash for it. So Jimmy is TPing back, and
this is Kaiwing.
Oh, Kaiwing.
Yeah, I know the tomfoolery when these supports have or 80s or whatever.
PSG not able to pick up the Dragon just because they have to respond to this Camille. We've seen these split pushers get back into the game.
Yeah.
It was Gory on Yon and
Lakai on
Fiora by just not responding to team fights. Headphones on, just listening to music, pushing in the side lane, and PSG not wanting to allow that this time. Jiang has a Ravenous Hydra finish. Maybe Frank are gonna, yeah, they managed to steal another Dragon away. Yeah, pretty miraculous Dragon takes with how much stronger PSG should be at this point. Smolder not exactly online yet, though.
Yeah, but just better setup, I think, all around on the side of Frank.
And it's the timing. It's the timing of both these Dragons. I think they start either of these Dragons maybe just 5 seconds later, they don't get them.
Now, Betty, slowly but surely, should be stacking up. It'll be good to see how many stacks he does have. Hopefully, we'll get to see in the near future. But 121 farm. And he has obviously been hitting on a Tom a fairly large amount of the time.
Yeah.
We're coming out to this mid lane now.
Yeah, a bit neglected by his jungle this game. Understandably. They've been doing a good job of shutting down Jiang.
Seemingly not at 125 yet. Didn't have the...
That is a very big break point for Smolder. Just AoE on your Q means you're killing the waves easier and you're just hitting a lot more spells on champions. Accelerates your stacks to, you know, the big one, 225.
Seemingly should be this refuel picked up for PSG.
Yeah, and Frank, no delusions about their ability to fight these objectives. They are aware those Dragons were just steals, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, it only was able to happen because of their acknowledgement of the timing. Betty backing in the first one, and
I
think again in the second one even. Center, though, you saw it there, starting to output quite a bit of damage.
Yep. Yeah, no slouch in scaling the Senna. Going to be stacking up herself.
Well upgraded.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable timing.
Not the best, but yeah, not the worst.
Yeah, for the weak side, Smolder, you're not too sad about it.
Definitely faster than Chris Carter up against Xerath mid.
Yeah, jeez. That matchup was miserable. Jiang does have his Ravenous Hydra completed, but
he's feeling a lot better about himself. I mean, ultimately, he shouldn't ever be dying to Udyr anyway, but now he just certainly won't. Matches the wave clear a little bit better as well. Can arrive at team fights just that little bit faster. Arju, though, almost impressively, is actually up XP despite often being the one giving up minions to join a team
around.
fight.
Yeah, roam around, run into the enemy jungle.
A lot of it, of course, is that dive. A few minion waves probably were lost for Jiang there, as well as XP on the 2 assists that Arju's managed to pick himself up.
Yep. Probably going to be at least one more item before this Camille's really pressuring the Udyr.
Oh.
I'll be curious to see what he goes for. Betty's got a lot of XP this game with how much he's been left to his own devices. Oh, Jimmian is almost certainly dead.
Will be. Vault Breaker, cease and desist, seismic shove, everything comes down.
Yep.
Throw the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah,
Jimmian
PSG using the
eliminated.
Vi. Using the Vi really well.
Sure.
Going to be a tower for PSG.
Yeah, yet another one. I didn't see how many Void Grubs they got. Oh, I can see 4. Okay.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize they denied 2 of the Grubs.
They didn't. They just chose not to take it. Frank got 0.
Oh.
You're not really going to be split pushing, so...
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so the side lanes are just so scary for Frank. And they don't have the best engage either, really. We talked about Rel as primary engage has looked pretty terrible most games we've seen it, honestly. If the Rel doesn't have flash up and she's your primary engage, your engage is just not happening, especially against Atalia.
Yeah, it does make it a lot harder. I mean, even the Bard, right?
It's essentially this kind of behind, very squishy Camille that is going to be looking to engage, maybe. or you're just, you know, praying to land a Tahm Kench knockup, but he's got work to do in the back line to stop these Vi ults. So, yeah, you're kind of struggling in the side lanes with no engage. It's a tough spot to play for Frank, but we've seen them behind early game before, and they do team fight extremely well. I think PSG finally going to pick up a dragon, and you'll be grateful for this, for these 2 dragons as Frank, if you have any plans of scaling. Wonder if Gemini will just go for the steal. PSG not going to allow it.
Oh, Crashdown comes through! But Junji is able to confirm the smite there, meaning 1 dragon for PSG and a free kill on the back end as Gemini committed so hard into that pit.
Yeah, PSG did such a good job pulling the dragon out there. Otherwise, Gemini gets the free steal attempt with Tahm Kench eating him over the wall.
Yeah, and not only that, just the amount of damage Rel can do. Kind of surprising he didn't get in the first place. Bardolt comes through. It's going to connect on M&M. Seismic Shove will also. And through comes Marmot's Betty getting that kill credit. Jiang not able to find anything as he's just going to have to scissor kick his way on out of there. Junji with the double flash. Volt Breaker flash away and a Seismic Shove. Hui's ended up even closer to the team than he previously would have been. And PSG cleanly take that team fight. Mid lane tower now also being the target of the side of PSG.
Such a coordinated play on that mid tower dive. They're CCing the Tahm while they're killing the Senna. He never gets a chance to eat M&M here and save him. And I think it's just a 2-man shove here. Yeah, 2-man shove, instant follow up onto the Senna. Tahm Kench is in crowd control. And Udyr more than happy to tank the tower. Wow, 2-man flash Q out of Junjia. Looking very good on the Vi.
Yeah, now some critical items coming through for PSG. Leandri's now finished up for Maple. Of course, Rapid Fire Cannon is done here for Betty, keeping himself a little bit safer at the detriment of a bit of damage. But ultimately, your team is not lacking for damage at all.
No,
Total gold there. 4 members, all above that of the opposing side in Frank. And PSG, I mean, they've got a lot of work to do to make it out of this contenders group at first or second. But if they keep playing like this, it might just be possible.
Yeah, they're looking like a completely different team this game.
Back to the tried and trusted.
Yeah.
Udyr top.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, they do look just completely different. Junjia just enabled by this tank pick in the top lane.
Obviously, you don't want to be forced into picking it, but...
I don't think we've ever seen a Rel build like that.
Oh. We are cooking.
Yeah, very unique.
I mean, I guess the thought might be that they need to find a way to actually do a bit more damage, and so Abyssal Mask will allow Jimmian to output even more than Hui's usually do, which is already the most of the game. Volt Breaker being looked at. Gemini going to be the target of that one. Cease and Assist does remain available, but with Scattered Earth coming down, it doesn't feel likely that they're going to try and commit it. Junjia getting chunked out quite a lot there by Jimmian, who does find a very sizable amount of damage. And with that, play should fizzle out. Junjia should get a reset in. And Baron is not of any worry to Frank.
Yeah, I really like the locket purchase from Woody. It shuts down a lot of this AoE damage coming out of the Hui, especially when he's behind.
All 220 stacks. Pause champ.
Yeah, he's going to get it here.
Oh, Gemini looking. They're looking for Maple. Flash will be coming through. And what a fantastic Fate's call. Kaiwing, though, will be eating up that horse. And Jimmian being looked at. Cease and Assist, and the entire kitchen sink once again thrown at this way. You're not keeping him alive. Your Abyssal Mask will not be doing anything now. Baron, though, not likely to be looked at. His health bars are awfully low. It was the fight looked for Gemini. A turnaround.
Uh-oh.
M&M, Seismic Shove, Flash. Does get himself out.
Yeah, PSG don't start the Baron, but hang around for a bit and pick themselves up another Flash and Jiang's teleport.
Yeah, and Kaiwing's teleport.
I think just maybe a slight overreaction from Kaiwing with the ulti there. He needs to be saving his ulti for the buy. And again, Junjia, the moment the Tahm Kench ult isn't available, he finds a carry to ult. I mean, you know, within that second, essentially.
Yeah, Jimmy in 1 and 4 on the way. If the game continues this way, I have a feeling we will be seeing Pretender for game 2, but I mean, not that it's entirely his fault. I think it's a lot of good play coming out of the side of PSG. At long last, right? They've been definitely on a downward trend.
Yeah.
Losing to Frank, losing to CFO, and then losing to DCG.
Yeah, we've missed this version of Junjia.
Betty, he's always looked good, and he's starting to make his way towards what is likely to be the Navori.
Does that build into Shojin?
Maybe. I can't remember. I know there's a Kindle gem in Shojin.
My duo doesn't let me play Smolder anymore, so I'm behind on the Smolder item meta. And
win rate's gone up since.
Yeah. PSG gonna get a dragon for themselves.
It's not hard to improve on your win rate when it was just sitting at a
0%.
Yeah.
And, you know, it is a hard game to be the Hui, but we have seen, you know, the big difference between, you know, our best Huis in the league is that they are very difficult to kill. You know, even when the engage is on to them, they're just so far back that it forces the enemy team out of position. They're able to proc their shield out of their Seraphs and, you know, live longer than they should. And he has a lot of self-peel in his kit too.
Sure.
Self-peel not doing you much good against a buy, to be fair though.
Well, quietly, Jiang is getting a little bit strong on this Camille.
Yeah, 2 items now.
Not an easy game by any means for him to try and work around, but ultimately a lot of it comes down to the rest of the team just getting caught out and dying.
Yeah.
Leading to a Camille with really not much to try and find.
Yeah, and it sucks that he doesn't have TP here because this would be so amazing for him if he could just be in the side lane right now.
Yeah.
Grab that tier 1 bot.
He's going to have it soon. Ooh. But just joining the team now. Doesn't want anything to happen. Tempered Fate connects. It's Jimmy, and once again, he's going to get eaten up by Kaiwing, who's going to become most likely the sacrificial lamb, but at least for now, the Grey Health keeping him nice and healed up. Junjia does find a nice Vault Breaker. No kills thus far, but a fantastic Weaver's Wall, and 4 people knocked aside by that cease and desist. That's a double kill for Betty, who's well and truly online. 3 members of Frank will survive with their lives, but not after Betty does absolutely annihilate the top and jungle.
Yeah, Jimmy gets caught by the Bard ulti there with his flash up, forces out the Tom Kenshal, and you just knew what was coming once that was down. PSG were going to find an engage, and it's actually not Junjia, but Maple, who finds a Weaver's Wall. Is willing to get stuck in there and enables Junjia to find an ulti onto the backline. And yeah, I mean, the members of Frank going down with flashes and ults up here. This fight is so one-sided. So Eminem gets a nice ulti off here, but they're able to re-engage.
Oh, the Cosmic Binding.
And yeah, it's actually Maple who makes the engage happen. Junjia immediately follows up on it.
Oh.
And yeah, I mean, Rel ult and flash were up. Camille ult and flash were up, but you just went down in 1 CC.
Oh boy, there is a hyper carrion meta, and PSG have Betty.
Yeah.
And boy oh boy is he online.
Yeah.
91 stacks on the center.
Level
Dare I suggest
15.
nearly 300 would be my guess here.
I'd be surprised.
I wouldn't.
Have
you seen how much AoE is coming through?
I'm going to predict 260, maybe 270. Wait, click him. Oh, I guess we'll never find out, so we can assume I was right.
Correct.
Yeah, oh. He's level 15, by the way, to the level 12 and 11 Senatom. He's just Woody was able to run around the map, and he was just perfectly fine.
So it was the Navori, but next will be the Shojin.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen people going away from the Navori. I'm not entirely sure why. It's an item that makes sense to me, especially when you're building so much crit, and most of your damage is coming out of spells.
And that spell counts as an auto attack.
Yeah.
Top tower, the next target. 1 minute 15 remaining on Baron. Jiang certainly not going to be able to stand up and try and defend this one. It will just be taken on out. 3 items on Arjes Udyr. looking once again menacing. Certainly the most menacing looking Udyr we tend to see here in the PCS.
Yeah. He just can do so much in the early game with it.
Weaver's Wall coming out, Junkton be able to get out, but Kaiwing doesn't have that good fortune. A nice fear out of Jimmy means that Maple's not able to follow up with that seismic shovel, Unraveled Earth. Now, splitting up the map, we have 3 members. Junjia just buffing the minions here with that Baron. Tower won't quite go down. The top tower, though, can't say the same.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to hang in here. There is a lot of wave clear on the way, but against the Baron.
Guardian blocking out all of Eminem's damage.
Oh, wow.
Tempered Fate, it's perfect. It's onto Jimmy and it's onto Gemini. Gemini's gone. Absolutely is. Ooh, no, we're not going to have anything more.
Yeah. Oh, another
executed, though,
shove.
was Jimmy and Kaiwing is on that Unraveled Worth, and he is getting very, very low. Betty flashes forward, didn't find the Q, so execute's not possible. RJ teleporting back in, full health, full mana. Udyr's feeling awfully strong. Eminem is doing absolutely nothing to this ungodly Udyr that is just charging down the nexus of Frank. More abilities coming out. Jung, the rest of Frank really trying to put on their last defense. They don't have Gemini. He is spawning soon. He does have Flash and Magnet Storm, and maybe PSG are a little bit scared, and so just going to choose to back out, use their abilities, reset, get their items, and come finish the deed next.
Yeah, no rush. It doesn't really feel like there's a way for Frank back into this game, so you grab 2 inhibs. It should be pretty clinical from here, as Gemini goes down in that fight without doing a point of damage, and it's all Betty on the damage charts. So that pick they made off of Woody's Bard ultimate, Junjia wasn't even there. It was just a 4v5 dive under the enemy tower.
Yeah, insanely far ahead PSG, currently at 11k gold. They're now on Soul Point. If it really gets to that stage, they have a 5-minute timer on the game, essentially.
Yeah.
Infernal Soul with a Smolder. Good luck in esports.
Yeah. He's already doing so much damage. So he is at 330
Yeah, so that means he was
stacks.
at 300 before, for sure. 100%.
Yeah, probably, honestly. He's on so many stacks. I think it's every 40 souls he gets an extra % on his execute threshold.
All right. So catch him at 5,000 souls. Or
Yeah. I think it's
Dragon
like
practice.
I think it's like 2,000 you
through
one
comes
shot.
Mom. Oh, a bit of anti-synergy again. We're seeing out of the Bard. Through will come Gemini. He does do that flash crash down. Magnet Storm comes out. A little bit of CC. Would have getting hit as well from Jimmy's ultimate. Cease and desist, but the XT ultimatum. What just occurred? What a weird interaction, but ultimately it doesn't matter as Betty is just free firing. Junjia getting so low. Kaiwing, Jimmy and Eminem with it all to do. Maple not letting them do it. He is going to get awfully low. Nexus Tower number 2 does go down. PSG with RJ with the entire team still up, still low. They're trying to get it done. It's not going to be in favor of Frank, at least in game number 1. Shutdown will come through for Jimmy, but too little too late as PSG claim a fairly clean and decisive victory for themselves at long last.
And I think we saw Woody engage just about every team fight. A nice Weaver's Wall from Maple too, just setting 3 people up to get hit by the Bard ultimate. And you saw again the Tahm Kench ult gets used, and I mean Junjia wasn't bothered by the Tahm Kench pick at all. He was just able to find an ult in every team fight. Interesting interaction with the Camille ult.
Yeah, that was. I've never seen that before in my life. Just like zooming through,
and
gets stuck.
It didn't cancel it. It just
Hextech
sits there.
ultimated, finishes, and it's just like, whoa.
Yeah, and then he
like
follows
teleports
through,
there. Yeah, my goodness. I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
That was crazy. Ults the Vi as well. I mean, it's curious that he ulted the Vi. I guess you don't often see the Camille ult the Vi, but trying to protect the back line,
yeah,
I guess. And then obviously Vi can't escape the Hextech ultimatum, so just hasn't also reached his target because he does go unstoppable, so it can't be interrupted. So it's just
but no one.
We're just in limbo.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Where did it all go so wrong? Was it just the Camille pick was a bit of a punt, or?
I mean, that would be for sure part of it. I mean, honestly, it all kind of went wrong. I would say level 3, where RJ obviously got Prio in top lane, which he does on Udyr against pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Gets the prio and then just strolls into Gemini's jungle, gets the blue, gets the Gromp, gets the Scuttle Crab, and then from there it's like Junji is so far ahead. He got to 6 while Gemini was still only level 4. And at that stage they just sent Maple as well as Junji up to top. Roams almost got a kill the first time. Jiang played it really well.
They got
to
his
not
flash
die.
still.
Got his flash, came back a second time, a little bit tankier, got it done, and then from there just kind of snowballed around.
And there was no real response or opportunity to snowball on the other side.
Kailing tried.
We saw Betty die.
Yeah,
but it just
Kailing
doesn't
did
matter.
his best. Yeah.
I mean, your Tom Kench gets a kill, your Rel gets a kill. Doesn't really matter when it's Vi or Maple on the Shalia getting kills on the other side. And more importantly, is who you're setting behind as well. Behind Camille, it's just not going to be
especially
doing much.
into a lot of CC. Like, it's very hard for you to ever jump in on a team fight when there is a scattered earth everywhere. There's a Vi who can just simply Q you. Cosmic Binding, I mean, if you ever go up against a wall and Woody's quick to react, you are getting stunned immediately.
I mean, even if you have a great engage and isolate a target, they can just be Bard ulted too. No matter how far away you are, even in the side lane if you're making a pick. So the Bard pick coming in last pick for PSG was really impactful this game. Woody had a great game.
Yeah. Everyone did. I think everyone played fantastically this game.
Yeah.
If I had to give MVP, I mean, it has to be Junji or
Yeah,
Arja.
I reckon Junji,
Junji or Arja, I think. Obviously, Maple actually found some pretty clutch engages there. The Weaver's Wall to deny any escapes, and then followed up with Junji. I mean, that one ult where the cease and desist that hit 4 people on the way to his target, it's like not often do you get such a clean engage like that.
Yeah, and even to end the game, it was a Weaver's Wall just pinching the team apart, and 3 people caught in front of PSG. They make quick work of them.
Yeah, turnaround. A bit of a turnaround for PSG in game number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I have a horse in the race, but I do hope to see them continue like this because, I mean, ultimately, not only in the region, having a nice and competitive region, the more competitive the region, to a higher level, of course, the better they will do internationally. And I would love to see the PCS sort of come back from sort of how Worlds was and do really well at this MSI. They certainly have the potential. I mean, their team fighting is impeccable.
Yeah, and when the region has so many strong teams, it's good to face these questions and these challenges in draft and in game before you're playing against, the LCK, the LPL.
Yeah, before you play against Adam on Garen.
Yeah. Yep, I mean, Frank just don't have the damage to get it done. Jimmy actually had a pretty good fight in the end there, but it's all Betty on the damage.
Almost.
Yeah, the Camille pick. I think we can put the Camille pick aside. We'll probably be seeing Pretender game 2.
Yeah. I mean, he did a lot of damage, but ultimately, I think when you're 1-4 was his score when I said that.
Yeah.
It's probably like, well, we have a sub mid laner who is also very good.
Yeah.
Why not just use him or try him out?
Yeah, and Jimmy off of the Azir has not looked nearly as good. Yeah,
47% of his team.
It was Jimmy with a lot to do that game, to be fair.
Yeah. They didn't draft a particularly high damage comp, and they had to try and work their way through a Vi and an Udyr. So, I mean, they kind of did set themselves up to fail in a lot of ways.
Yeah, this comp really only works if the Camille is extremely ahead, but you don't have the tools to do it, and you never want to be trying to get extremely ahead into Udyr.
Yeah, or at best, your team is even out of early game, and you're not just getting forced upon at every given moment, so Camille can spend some time in the side lane. Because eventually, of course, Camille will just kill Udyr. She will just straight up jump on Udyr and slaughter him, but it never really got to that stage. Maple will be picking up that MVP, 100% of the kill participation.
Yeah, don't hate that. Yeah,
so, I mean, really good look. Again, I mean, I said Arja or Junjia, but Maple was certainly one of the people that I would consider as well.
Yeah, as we said, everyone on PSG just performed, and that's what you like to see out of PSG when you can't decide who the MVP was. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, there's been times where we can't decide who was actually a PSG player in the most recent series. So it's good to see a bit of a resurgence. The score's not that amazing. 2-1-12, of course, a lot of KP, but, you know, having some of his kills absolutely stolen away from him.
Yeah, here's another nice ult from Woody, but this was pretty much the game turning on its head off of this 2-man Talia shove, right?
Yeah.
Gemini goes for the Dragon Seal, doesn't get it, and unfortunately can't get out with the Tom Kench ult, and then Frank just lose every member on this shove and 2 towers, you know, while they're at it.
Yeah. PSG.
Yeah.
Are we back? Are we back?
Maybe. Maybe we'll see how
we
they
are
do.
so back. I mean,
Oh.
they got to finish the job.
Yeah.
And in fairness, last time they played against Frank, it was 2-1. They won the second game,
Yeah.
in fairness. This time they won the first game.
Yeah.
But Frank certainly, I mean, they're probably going to play with Pretender. We'll find out after the break, of course.
Yeah.
And that changes how the team looks entirely.
Yeah,
it also
the
changes
draft.
what you can pick
Yeah.
in the mid lane. Talia becomes a little bit less priority when Pretender's just going to play Orianna or play Nico or play Karma. And maybe even the Hui. I don't know if he plays the Hui or not yet, but you don't really know, and it's something that we will find out. But first, we're going to have a break. When we are back, of course, game number 2, PSG and Frank. Don't miss it.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. Let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. Let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. Let go. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle.
Welcome back, everyone. A big game for PSG and a redemption arc maybe started for them as they take game number 1 up against Frank, who they lost to in their first meeting. And now game number 2 on the horizons. We did get confirmation Pretender will be subbed in. What do you think that's going to do to draft, and what do you think it'll do to the game?
So Pretender prefers to be on the control mages. He's not as dependent on the Azir pick as Jimian is, and he is a stronger laner. He might be the strongest laner we have in the league.
Comes down to champion pool, a lot of that though.
Yeah,
I think.
Nico and Orianna.
And Karma, he's got that one extra
Karma.
game now.
And if he's added Quay to his champion pool too, we've seen Quay dominate lanes as well. So it should be interesting to see how the early game plays out. Maybe, I mean, Pretender is a lot more willing to just blind pick his mid as well. Jimian likes to leave his a little bit later in the draft.
There he is.
Yeah, so we'll see. And they do look a bit different with Pretender in. Maybe a little more coordinated, but you know, they do definitely need the switch up because game 1 was just all PSG. They snuck a couple of dragons in, but
yeah, it was kind of crazy that they managed to do that in many ways.
Yeah,
not,
very
not
impressive.
what we expected, especially off how the game started. Yes,
Yeah.
you did have priority in the bot lane simply because honestly, it was just that Woody wasn't in the lane. He was just out doing other things across the map. But so that led them to being able to get some of these dragons, maybe some poor back timings that Betty
just
had
purely
gone
off
for.
purely off tempo, which we don't see a lot of teams exploiting tempo that well. And it's why Frank have been so strong so far in this split. Is it doesn't even feel like it matters when they do fall behind. They team fight super well and they make macro plays extremely well as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, possibly that last game, one of the worst showings it's in terms of team fighting that we've seen out of Frank.
Yeah.
And I'll let PSG obviously take that win. Now, we are going to have same sides here for game number 2. Frank opting once again for the blue side. Makes a lot of sense. Doesn't give you that counter pick in the top lane. But honestly, it seems like RJ is just happy to blind pick his champs anyway most of the time. So
yeah, he just ends up blind picking and then they pick. I mean, the Bard last pick put in so much work last game.
Oh, yeah.
So they're using the last picks extremely well. I think they had a Talia last pick in a previous series that just
shut down an entire team comp.
Yeah, so they use these last picks extremely well and creatively, not just for their top laner.
Now let's see. Same bans thus far, but with a new player in, maybe it'll change. Obviously, Azir, not likely to be banned. That frees up one ban slot for PSG.
It'll probably be swapped out for an Orianna ban. We see that against Pretender.
I always think the Nico. I think Pretender's been more influential on the Nico. Now, given last time these two teams did meet, they actually solo lost a game to Pretender finding a 4-man Orianna ult. So maybe that is something you consider. No shock to see Aatrox banned. I don't think Jiang's going to see a whole lot more of the Aatrox play.
Yeah, such a good blind pick top laner. And we've seen, if you blind pick this Cassante, Aja destroyed a Cassante with Gnar. I can't remember who it was on the Cassante. But
I believe it was Taco.
Yeah, no slouch in the lane, as we saw him play that exact matchup today, actually, and do perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So it's a Talia ban. Kalista still open. Kalista just slid through the draft last game, right?
They did. It did, but I think
it wasn't really pickable. It wasn't.
They didn't
really
pick
pickable.
it first, and then Vi, Talia were the first 2 picks for PSG, which means you can no longer pick it.
Yep. Looks like it is the Orianna ban. We could just see a first pick Karma. I don't think it'll be the Cassante. Maybe they'll go for the Senna.
Senna didn't get a whole lot done as the biggest concern.
Yeah, it felt like it just let Smolder free scale, really.
Yeah, in many ways. Did find the 1 kill, but that was honestly just Kaiwing.
Yeah, and Senna loses a lot of priority when you can't pair it with the Nautilus. So Frank looking like they're going to prioritize Rel over Maokai. I think you're not too worried about Junjia picking the Maokai.
I think he will. I think he will pick the Maokai.
Not if he's going to have an Udyr. I don't think...
Oh my god. Yes! Oh my god, yes!
I'd be surprised to see this.
No, lock it in. No! Wait, pause champ.
I think you just don't fix what isn't broken. You won't have the Talia to pair it with, so I wonder what they'll go for here. There is the option to take a Kalista. They take the Hui.
Okay, now Maple's going to have to prove himself this game.
Yeah, he had a rough game.
A dreadful game. I think possibly his worst game that he's had.
Yeah.
So certainly is going to have to prove himself here in this one, and he's a player that certainly can.
Yeah, I remember that game. A couple of Hui flanks.
Yeah.
Hui flanks gone wrong. As it's going to be Pretender on the Azir, maybe.
Yeah, he's played a lot of Azir. He has played a lot of Azir. Azir not a great matchup.
Yeah.
Into the way.
At least until level 6. And then we've seen the Azir win the lane back a bit, post 6. And Pretender a very strong laner, so we'll see how he gets through it. This could be a good tank Azir game.
Well, I think it's a little bit too early to say, but...
So Frank just disregarding the meta and picking Comfort here. Okay. You know, they're not going for the Maokai. They're not going for the Senna or the Kalista.
I'm pretty sure this will be Rel support, by the way.
Yeah, could be.
The only other thing that might change is they might want a Leona.
Yeah.
Okay, so Udyr into 2 bans yet again. It will almost certainly be the Gnar.
And what was the other one? Gnar Jax, I think?
Yes, it was Gnar Jax.
So you're pretty safe to pick the Cassante this game.
Will he?
I don't want to see Camille again.
Fiora. Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen. What's wrong with Gwen? Gwen's pretty cool. Does pretty well into the Udyr once she gets a couple items going.
Not very good into the Vi, admittedly.
Yeah.
So Caitlyn, once again, makes a lot of sense, honestly. Xayah suffers against champions like Xayah, like Varus. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Varus ban as well.
Oh, you probably want to ban Senna.
I don't think PSG are the type of team to take... Well, I mean, they have, but they didn't look too good on the Senna. And Betty is just so good at playing hyper carries. I mean, you saw last game, finally he got some chance to get some stacks, and then those team fights, he was so influential, doing the most damage in the game by a large margin.
Yeah. And with just one death, right?
Yep, just the one death, which was, you know, off the back of some nice play from Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Last ban, Varus would be what I expect. Smolder even, maybe. Okay, so Lucian. They're worried about the Lucian Milio. It's something that PSG often take. I wouldn't be too surprised to just see... Okay, we'll take Rakan away first. Obviously, you're not worried about an AD carry getting picked up here.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
What about Smolder top? Oh my, Smolder top into Udyr. That's Stack City, baby.
Yeah, you would be...
Do I think Jiang's played Smolder top? Probably not.
He might have. It does, you know, it kind of sacrifices a lot in the comp and gives Vi another target.
Yeah, but you get to 2-2-5 stacks really quickly.
Yeah. Valid.
Alright, that's probably going to be K'Sante. Let's be honest.
He does have a lot of wave clear against Udyr. The more I think about it, the Smolder into Udyr sounds pretty good.
Oh, honestly, Smolder top into these like champs that can do nothing but run at you is just so good. Because every time they try to run at you, you just proc fleet footwork and walk the other direction.
Yeah.
And then if things are real dire, they ghost at you, you flap, flap, flap.
So Frank will have to reveal their...
Okay.
I like the Leona. We've seen a couple of games where the Rel support was solo engage, and
yeah,
it just didn't look.
To be fair, isn't this game? You have the Azir, you have the K'Sante. Even Xayah can often sort of find a start of a fight if someone walks up too far, or if someone engages on her and she finds a nice Feather Storm.
Won't be needing to this game. Kaiwing has looked so good on the Leona.
I was expecting the Smolder.
Yeah. Yeah, not really making much use of their last pick. It was a pretty predictable Smolder pick. I agree.
But I think what they did make good use of is not only getting that Udyr into the two bans, but then getting the Rakan so it couldn't be a Rakan with the Xayah.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately, while you didn't make the most use of that counter pick, you actually made use of how the draft was panning out anyway.
Yeah.
Now, team comps. I'm going 70-30 in favor here of PSG.
Really?
Yeah, I think...
Just comps? Nameplates off? I don't agree.
Nameplates off. Nameplates
I do not
off.
agree.
I do. I think Udyr champion, you'll rel again. Udyr's going to have ultimate priority over this top side, which allows Vi to do exactly what she did last game.
Yeah.
And so already we're probably off to an exactly identical start. In fact, K'Sante even weaker at those stages of the game than Camille is.
I'm hoping to see Gemini change his pathing up. I think starting the Raptors makes sense.
Well, I don't know how you can, because K'Sante gets that wave pushed in by wave 2 if he wants to. Ultimately, he goes, puts down a ward. If he sees the Rel there, he can just push to wave 2 and then come and interrupt anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little less scary once you're level 2, and he can get there a lot quicker than he did last game. Yeah. I think he picked up his red first.
Yeah, he did. He had the red.
Yeah.
He was level 3 by the time he was there, but then Junjia got level 4.
Yeah, which gave... Yeah, it gave Junjia so much time to just come get there with his Udyr.
I mean, Udyr was there first. Udyr was just walking through the jungle while Junjia strolled on over.
But if he does something like Raptors into blue buff, it's a bit of a strange path, but it just kind of shuts down how much value you can get out of the Udyr, because he's going to be shoving the wave.
Yeah, that does leave your bot lane a little isolated, though. You still have to be wary of PSG making plays around the map.
Yeah.
Not only, of course.
The ball is definitely in Junjia's court, as they just use the Udyr so well.
Yeah, definitely the team that does it best. I don't even think it's particularly close.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone really...
We've seen people try to do it, but junglers are just playing around it. But RG has a way of just... I mean, he obviously every single Udyr tries to look for the level 1, but RG looks for the level 1 and then goes and checks level 2, goes checks level 3, because he's constantly got the lane prio. He knows he can't be contested at those levels. Junjia on Vi, he's going to be able to come across and battle with the best of the junglers.
Yeah, difference this game as well, though, is that Maple on the Hui is going to be less likely to move to any of these fights on the top side, and going to be less impactful. less impactful if he does
less
even.
impact. Yeah, definitely. That is for sure. We got a bit of an extended load time.
Yeah.
Just getting us hyped up, I suppose. Betty's not so high. He's having a little nap.
Maybe they had to remake. Someone got the wrong rune page or something.
Skill issue. Oh, that's one thing to touch on. I wonder if it will be the tank Azir. I don't think you can afford to do it because you're against Smolder. I think if your tank Azir, you're still getting burnt down by Smolder. Yes, you're a little bit more survivable, but you do want a lot of upfront damage to be able to take down that champ, especially when you have not so much damage in the rest of the comp. Yes, Cassandra can, if you're able to get to the Smolder, take it down. But honestly, Eminem never going to be able to really auto-attack Smolder without some...
Yeah, I mean, Eminem's opportunity to punish the Smolder is going to be in the early game this game. Smolder is not a very strong laner, especially in the first couple levels. Once he gets some levels and some points in his W, he can just kill the waves quickly enough.
Yeah.
That he's not in any real danger, and his trades aren't terrible either if he's landing the Achu.
Yeah. I think the problem comes, though, in this bot lane, is that you're going to start W as Smolder, and Xayah really struggles against slows, as well as running at people. I mean, she just doesn't tend to like to run at people, likes to run back. And Smolder is pretty comfortable also running back or running at someone. So it feels okay for Smolder, I feel like, because if they ever try to look aggressively, you just chuck down that Achu and walk in the opposite direction.
Yeah, he's going to have cleanse. He's going to have cleanse for whatever Kaiwing's throwing at him too.
Yeah. Solar Flares and Zenith Blades and the likes.
I think definitely a stronger lane for the side of Frank. It's about how much they can get out of it. And if Gemini can navigate this early game, you know, maybe put on a Karsa-esque performance like we saw in Game 2 of the last series, where, you know, he can just duck and weave the enemy's aggression and still get his camps and then make his way down to the bot lane.
All right, enough yapping.
Everyone's got their headsets on.
Who is going to come out of the contenders group in top 2?
I'm going to go with Frank CFO.
Okay. I mean, that's the obvious choice, right? They started 1 win above Beyond, and now CFO's 2. I'm thinking. I'm calling. This is going to be far-fetched.
PSG are going to run it up.
I'm going CFO PSG.
Yeah, okay.
I think PSG, obviously, rough finish.
Yeah.
To the last sort of round robin stage, but I mean, game number 1 showing already that they've picked it up.
Yeah.
And I think they've worked out some of their flaws. They're a team that ultimately, this is the exact team with an upgrade that won last split, the split before, went to Worlds, almost made it to the group stages. And we don't talk about what happened to stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, lest we forget. Adam, Garen, Darius.
And yeah, I'm not going to talk about the most traumatic part of it.
Pretender doesn't have grasp, so he's not going to go the tank Azir, which I am grateful for, because I'd like to see a third game. I think this is a very fun matchup.
Oh, okay. Well, we're trying to stop RJ from doing what he wants. He's just won mid lane.
What?
He just won mid lane.
Is this Pretender?
He's winning top as well.
Potion.
He's just won top as well. Alrighty.
I'm surprised Pretender didn't just decide to recall and TP back. He has just used his pot and is going to stick it out in already a hard lane. And we were kind of talking about this on the break. I'm surprised they didn't just ban the Udyr. PSG do look like a very different team with the Udyr pick.
Now, Jiang losing teleport before lane against an Udyr screams tragedy.
Yeah, he'll be okay as long as nothing... He does open the door up for one gank where he gets chunked out, one terrible trade, and, you know,
well, the thing is, he's always going to be low at some stage. And usually, the saving grace is you get low, but you have enough money, to pick up some resistance.
Yeah.
This game, that's not going to be the same because you can't teleport back to the lane. So you are, no matter when you recall, going to have to just commit to losing one at minimum.
Yeah, and Pretender, who's laning, we're praising, is just fighting for his life, starts lane on 100 HP.
Yeah, Udyr champion, I suppose.
Yeah, and how does he always do it? He just finds a way.
This one was different than always, by the way. He started in his own jungle for this one to happen.
I mean, how? And Gemini did find a more creative path that allowed him to play around his bot lane and get a full clear.
Ooh, Cassandre is quite low, and because the map is split...
Here's the disaster we were talking about.
Now, Maple can honestly just roam up and look for a QW to try and help if they choose to dive.
Yeah, risky, though it really lets his ear back into this lane that, you know, Maple's putting pressure on him.
Saving grace. Gemini is in his bot lane.
Oh.
Teleport.
Wow.
I like it. I like you've got ultimate lane control. You've just one mid lane for your team.
Yeah.
You're going to win top, but you've saved bottom. I think that's the most important thing.
He is just so selfless on this Udyr. I mean, single-handedly getting them through this early game with a massive lead right now.
Yeah, I'm calling it player of the game, RJ.
Difficult on the Udyr.
I think it's already, what's already happened.
Yeah, it's probably enough.
I think it's like, I don't care what we see. It's all set up because of how atrociously bad this early game started for Frank.
And Pretender's TP'd back already and is down HP again.
Yeah.
Disaster. I mean, he's doing okay in CS. You know, isn't looking to do much on the Azir before level 6. And, you know, Jiang's going to be pretty grateful for that TP that Gemini and his bot lane were able to draw out.
All Zenithblade lands. They're looking for Betty. Weren't able to find it, and now Kaiwing is the focus.
Yeah,
of
not
PSG
massive
bot lane.
Yeah, not massive damage coming out of the Smolder at this point, so looked a little dicey, but he'll be okay. So Frank gonna go for a recall. Woody probably not gonna let them get away with a greedy recall here. Oh, doesn't try it.
Oh.
As the classic game of chicken bot lane. Who's gonna recall first? And Frank got the recall off first, and we'll see if they can sneak a dragon in while they're at it. Jinjia finding himself with a massive CS lead and XP lead already. Halfway to level 6. Gemini is still level 4.
Yeah, this is a little problematic. Jiang gonna...
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't look at the mini-map.
Yeah.
Oh, Pretender is suffering. I mean, he's doing all right in farm, but he's definitely going to lose out on some here.
Gemini can hold this wave. It's only Woody here.
Oh.
So, jungle support here to hold wave, and
Maple does his teleport. He's going to be able to come back and immediately break that.
yeah, he's fine. It just ends up saving the Azir 3 creeps, some much needed XP to get him to level 6. Maple already level 6.
Okay.
And Vi is level 6.
Kaiwing, Grand Entrance will connect. Vault Breaker also will do the same. Cease and Desist available. Ignite comes out of Kaiwing there, and PSG just take the sum and back on out.
Wow, doesn't pull the trigger on the Vi ult. I'm very surprised by that. As Pretender's feared up.
Oh, gee, yeah, I was going to say, probably going to go over this wall. Oh, Grand Entrance onto 2. Very early, very decisive. Gemini now crashed out news, but the cease and desist will come down. It will find Pretender. He has a good Emperor's Divide. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it will be. A lot of sums are going to be used here on the side of Frank, and PSG, they don't find anything just yet, but definitely pressure around the map is being felt.
I mean, 2 flashes for nothing. You're pretty happy with that as PSG. And I am confused as to why Frank are even looking for that fight. 2 levels down in the jungle. Sure, Smolder's not very strong at this point in the game, but level 6 Vi, they do get punished for it. No one dies is a bright side for Frank. But at this point in the game, you want to be winning these fights with your Xayah and Leona. Should be a lot stronger in the bot lane. A nice flash to engage that one from Woody.
Yeah, it was. Really good Grand Entrance, of course. Finding 2. Without the quickness as well, not always easy to find multi-man
Jeez.
knock-ups. RJ, I mean, he got the tower solo pretty much by himself last game. While plates were selective, he's already almost got himself at least one plate. Jiang now finally will have teleport back available for him. And so we'll be able to just TP on back and won't lose too much of this wave. No way, are we diving?
Flash on Pretender.
Okay,
I think
we're
he's
not.
just looking for Gemini.
He's just hunting out the steel horse. And here we go again, Jinjia.
Gemini's still level 5.
He's not going to have a whole lot of luck in the top side.
Kaiwing is here.
Oh, Maple not going to connect there on that
Uh-oh.
EE. All out comes out here. Jinjia is going to be locked up and taken out. That's a first blood and some critical gold for your Cassante.
Yeah.
Jiang, right place, right time, right angle.
Yeah, Kaiwing too. Good rotation. Zaya's not going to have any trouble clearing this wave. Even in the 2v1.
Yeah, Featherstorm available. Not going to
Yeah,
feel
shouldn't
all
even
that much
be,
pressure.
Shouldn't even be a plate. And I think Kaiwing did use his flash there, or was it in the dragon fight?
Dragon fight.
They used 3 flashes. Oh.
But then found first blood, so.
Yeah. Yeah, you're okay with that as Frank. Gold even, down a dragon and a few void grubs. Is Junjia going to look for
Another 3.
Yeah.
And it is not contestable. Despite the first blood, this Udyr will still be...
Yeah, too strong at this point in the game. Not enough damage coming out from the Azir yet. And no ult on Cassante. Oh.
Yeah, this is good. For the side of Frank, of course.
Yeah, happy to pick up those plates.
Eminem obviously going to have a big job to do here, while, yeah, Xayah very nice to have against the Vi.
Yeah.
It's not so fun when you're against Hui. Honestly, other than Hui, though, this is a very good Xayah game.
Yeah. So, teleport back up for Aja again. They'll probably look for a dive here, maybe force it out again. Kaiwing not 6 yet. Just end up taking the 2 plates.
Pretender
coming down too, yeah. Doesn't have a lot of time to roam. Hui's going to push the wave very quickly. Betty's got his Essence Reaver completed already. Eminem will be pretty far away from his first item.
Yeah, stopping for those boots, obviously, delaying.
Yeah.
1.1k is a sizable sort of amount to invest.
Yeah.
See what he's at. Noon Quiver, recurve bow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder if your opportunity to exploit this bottom lane has kind of gone by if you're Frank. With Essence Reaver already on the Smolder, he's probably doing more damage than the Xayah at this point.
Will depend on what the team fight looks like, but
Yeah.
RJ gets himself a second plate. It's Kaiwing clearing vision, takes a whole whack of damage.
Kaiwing a
for
level
it.
down now, level 6 on Woody.
And it looks like Maple might just be going here for the Luden's companion this game. No tier picked up.
PSG not pulling the trigger mid. Looked a little dicey there with Leona. Oh, she's level 6 now.
All right, time for a dragon.
Yep.
Are they going to bring Jiang? I mean, teleport available for RJ, who can come.
Yeah, he's almost certainly coming. He is not
See.
interested in his individual advantage on this Udyr.
All right, well, Jiang is going to pick up that Recurn.
Yeah, the top laners both really accelerated.
Considering how this game started, a big turnaround for Jiang.
Yeah.
I mean, and Pretender.
I mean, the TP.
Yeah,
the
true.
TP his team was able to force bot lane. I mean, it probably does save the game for PSG. Could be a very different looking game if that dive happens in the bot
Oh
lane.
my, Betty is confident.
Yeah, putting the moves on Kaiwing. Chunks
Gets
him to
himself
have,
3
yeah.
stacks as well. You take those.
So will Frank contest this? It is only the second dragon, and you don't have an item on your Xayah yet.
Yeah, and PSG were willing to give it over.
Yeah.
No, you know, notably very different games, very different game states.
Yeah.
But PSG will be able to secure this dragon for themselves. That's now 2 they have collected. The soul will be that Chemtech soul, which, by the way, while not often praising what it does or the strength of it, on Smolder,
Yeah,
particularly when
good.
you get to those 2-5 stacks, you're going to just be doing more damage and feeling very good about yourself.
Yeah, it never hurts to pick up a soul. It isn't the strongest, right? But
No. Generally, Hextech Soul, followed by Ocean.
Udyr is bot.
Udyr is bot.
Does have teleport, but...
I mean, this,
oh, it's
I
just
like
a lane
this.
swap. It's
I
just a
like
lane
this.
swap.
Your Smolder is going to be able to just freely hit
Okay.
this.
Frank, it's good timing for Frank. They end up seeing the Udyr here, and they can just recall their bot lane and then go match. And Eminem knows he has to run nearly to his tier 2 if he doesn't want this Udyr to stop his back. Because lane assignment's getting a bit weird. It's Pretender bot.
Rift Herald spawning. Pretender does have teleport. Jung, much the same, does as well. But he's already in the top side. Eminem pathing out towards mid, of course. Not sure that Xayah gets wave priority over the Hui. In fact, I'm pretty certain she won't. Mabel hasn't backed in a long time, though. We'll see how much. Luden's Companion just immediately picked up. Massive spike ahead of this
Yeah.
potential Rift Herald fight. As you're seeing the damage there onto Kaiwing. Absolutely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, we saw how much value PSG got out of this Rift Herald last game.
And RJ's mid.
Yeah, but Pretender's just going to be doing a lot of damage to this tower. It was already low from the lane phase.
Yeah, there's no plates, so as long as it doesn't go down, it's not going to be too impactful. But if it does go down, of course, that is a trade well in favor of Frank. It's only half HP. RJ going to be able to come clear out this minion wave, not feel too bad about it. Takes a lot of damage, of course, only building that armor.
Yeah, this is a nice lane assignment from Frank. I was worried about the Cassante into Smolder, and I think you do... Well, you don't want Smolder just free farming stacks on the Cassante without much kill pressure. He is alone up here and could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Jung does have his Ghost.
Junjie, though, he's found Kaiwing.
Right,
Kaiwing is
Kaiwing.
well out of position. Grand Entrance come through. It's going to be a kill. It's going to be
Wow.
Junjie who picks that one up. And just really in no man's land.
Yeah, how did he find himself there? Kind of surprising.
Getting far too overzealous in PSG's bottom side jungle. Now, 2.5 minutes until Dragon. That will be the next objective to fight over. There might be a Rift Herald placed down in the near future by Junjie as he's still headed towards this bot side. Teleport coming out. It's going to be Cassante matching up into the Hui.
Yeah, and he should be fine. He shouldn't be in danger of really getting dived unless PSG bring more members down here. Did get to
Junjie has
rush
to be
Magic
careful.
Resist.
Oh, okay. I was a little worried there for Junjie, but
Yeah.
he's going to react in time, get himself nice and safe.
Wave clear definitely favoring the Hui in this matchup, but no hope of ever really killing the Cassante with the Rooker finished. And, I mean, same for Frank, though. No hope of killing this Udyr, even though he does mostly have armor.
Oh.
What are you scrapping it out a bit with Gemini?
Wow, wasn't
Junjie is
a
here.
enthralling battle. An entrance misses and should just be the crab.
Yeah, nice
1 minute now
dodge.
on Dragon. That'll be the next point of contention, of course. I want to check in with Betty, see how many stacks he's got. Hopefully I get to see him queue something. I saw him queue it there, but I didn't
I
take
think
notice.
it did. I think he does have his...
1-1-1-2-5?
Yeah, I
Or
think
he
so.
doesn't.
Wait, it did bounce, didn't it?
No, it didn't. You're lying. Quit lying.
Sorry. It's going to be a TP out from Pretender. Kind of recognizes the danger he's in.
Was he?
I mean,
was only a
I mean, I
Rakan.
only saw Rakan behind him.
Yeah, I guess he just a bit wide.
Yeah.
But, I mean, big pickup, put down a ward and get a teleport from it.
Yeah, this is going to kind of suck for tempo. It's still 30 seconds on Dragon, so Hui's going to maybe pick up top tower before he has to TP to the Dragon. At the very least, grab a couple extra waves.
Yeah, with 6 Void Grubs, you're...
Yeah, taking that out pretty quick. Engage onto
Woody.
Woody.
Xena played, but he's going to make his way to that And Power Blast Cone. And
Yeah.
Hui, he's
Yeah.
got this tower. By God, does he have this tower.
Yeah,
Teleport
TPs
coming in.
immediately.
It's going to be good for that tower. First blood tower going over to Maple. Now, importantly, didn't back before joining the team, so isn't actually going to make use of that gold of yet. Great Engine's down, going to land here onto Kaiwing. Not the ideal target, and so just going to battle dance his way out.
Wow, he takes a lot of damage, though. Kaiwing has to find a way to get into these fights before he gets chunked out. We've seen him chunked out before the last one. It's actually
Pretender is going to be the one chunked out this time. Very chunked out at that. All right, we have the upgrade. We're at 125 now.
No TP on Pretender either means... I mean, I think he's burning as well, unless that's red buff. Uh-oh.
Red buff. Nice engage found. All out comes in, and Woody is just taken out from nowhere. In the meanwhile, though, Jinji has started up on this dragon. There is no all out available. No solar flare as well. Emperor's Divide as well as Magnet Storm, Feather Storm are available. But I'm not sure you're going to be able to contest, especially with the health bars.
Yeah.
PSG pick up their third. They're now on Soul Point. 5 minutes, the timer.
Yeah. Yeah, you got 5 minutes to get it together, and... Well, you pretty much have to win the next dragon fight. It isn't the strongest soul, but... making the game harder for yourself if you give up the soul. And Woody just gets... What happens here? He just charges it in and they catch him.
Oh, this is smart.
Oh, yeah, he's way... Oh, wow. Jiang catches him in the middle of flying out.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit over the top with the all out.
Yeah, and Maple is doing so much damage on the Hui right now.
Yeah. We'll have his Horizon focus very, very shortly. So, I mean, yeah, timer on the game, and you are in no position really to fight as Frank. Something has to change. You've got the Kanik Recurn, the Iceborne Gauntlet. Kasante's looking scary. Much scarier than the Udyr, but this Smolder quietly picking up a lot of gold.
Yeah.
At a second item now. Eminem hopefully can get to the Navori. Obviously a very big break point for that Xayah.
Yeah. Yeah, we weren't expecting the Smolder to be ahead out of this laning phase.
Not at all.
Yeah. And
but that is...
Junjia spending most of the time topside as well.
Head's a big word. I don't think he's a head. He's just...
Slightly.
I think maybe Eminem just hasn't backed in a while. As well as his boots are more expensive.
Is up a level too. I guess Woody's been roaming a lot, and he got some time solo in the top lane against Kasante.
Yeah. But definitely, I mean, you're getting to a very scary point. I want to see Betty's stacks. It's something certainly needs to be watched for. Not burning yet, so not at the 225, but should be, I'd say, awfully close.
So PSG with a lot of control over this blue side jungle. Wards all over the place.
And what are Frank to do? I mean, outside of a massive engage where you somehow find the Smolder and the Hui,
yeah,
things are looking a little bit dire. Now, you do have the tools, of course, Solar Flare, Emperor's Divide, Magnet Storm, all offering a lot of lockdown and a lot of engage
Jiang is also very strong.
He is. He is. I worry, though, for Jiang, as soon as Smolder does get these stacks, that he's not going to be strong enough. And...
I mean, it's going to be on Gemini and Kaiwing.
Yeah, gold is all, like, pretty even, all things considered. Only 1k gold, which isn't the biggest discrepancy.
Yeah, it's just felt so... Yeah, it's felt so doomed for Frank, but they're only, 1,000 gold behind.
I think a lot of it is the dragons. There you are, just up against 3 dragons to none.
Yeah.
And so we're at the stage of the game, especially when you do have the likes of the Hui and the Smolder. Is Kaiwing going to take a bit of a chunk?
Yeah.
As I was saying, though, with the Hui and the Smolder, you can do Baron very quickly. And so PSG don't even have to go for this dragon if they don't want to. They can look for the Baron. Maybe even just keep RJ elsewhere to scout what's happening, to see where
they know
Frank
PSG are in this bush. I thought they might be able to engage on them there, but Pretender is in base. Does have his second item now.
Leandries will be completed.
Jiang not getting pushed around as much as in the early game. And it is 1 minute on Dragon, and this is just going to be a very pivotal Dragon fight. Frank positioning towards the Baron. Maybe you just want to make sure they have vision. When you have the 3 dragons, there's always the option of the enemy team is going to over-prioritize the soul and denying you the soul, so you can just trade a Baron for a dragon. PSG, not the fastest Baron, though. So you could see maybe... No one on either team really loves soloing the dragon, though. Junjie, very overextended, but they're not.
Kaiwing is too, but he dodges out of that grand entrance. Keeps the majority of his health, at least. I really want to see Betty stacks. He's got to be so close to critical mass.
So, Aja now grouped, but Junjie still grabbing a wave in the side. Makes sense, though, as you want to be flanking on the Cassante. So you don't really need to be playing front to back with your team. Here he comes, though.
Yeah, gonna stack up. One stack.
He
Through will
hits
come
the ghost.
They know where Junjie is, but they're not going to be able to find him. He looks, but Junjie with a nice Vault Breaker over that wall gets himself to safety, and that's a big summoner cooldown used.
Yeah.
Jiang without the ghost, and Dragon started up now. It's going to be very hard to walk into these chokes. Maple has a lot of area control with that CC, with the slow here. And Kaiwing's looking for something. He is undetected. They don't know where he is, but RG as well as, honestly, Maple putting out so much damage. And will come Mum. Kaiwing's found the flank. It's 3-man on everything. Somehow Frank is trying to do it. Woody's jumping around. Betty's flapping away. Junjie finds Eminem. Betty is remaining untouched, and it looked like such a fantastic team fight. But it's PSG and Betty who gets the triple kill and ace.
Yeah, Frank finds an amazing engage. They waited so long to do it, and it looked like it was going to pay off, but Petty just has an amazing team fight and takes 3 down at least on his own. No one able to get onto him on the Smolder. That's going to be Soul for PSG.
Only losing the cleanse, picking up a triple in what was a 3-man Magnet Storm, 3-man Emperor's Divide. You had all the tools you needed and it didn't work. What can you do now?
Yeah, such good positioning from Betty here. As everyone but him gets caught in this combo, essentially. And nice play from Jiang, finishing off a kill there and then getting straight onto Eminem, who used his ult offensively.
Oh, we have the execute. Bad news.
Yeah, I think he got it during that fight. And yeah, Jiang never able to get onto Betty. Ace for PSG.
And
wow.
Look at that damage. I mean, 2 games in a row now. Betty, he reaches his power spike and just takes over the following team fight. 3K still is only the lead, but you're up against the Dragon Soul now. It's going to be very, very hard for you to fight if you couldn't win that one. Now, admittedly, Pretender got very hard chunked, and Jiang lost his ghost before any fight could break out.
Yeah.
So there is still a glimmer of hope, but in will go Junjie, in will go Gemini. He's found 3 with the crash down and the Magnet Storm. There's 4 all grouped up. Mum comes through though. Betty's untouched. Gemini, he's getting awfully low. Can Betty find 1 more ticket damage? No, he cannot. It's just going to be Maple who's taken out there, and Frank get away with murder.
I can't believe no one on Frank died there. Gemini actually using the upgraded blast plant to get an engage there. I was wondering how they were going to ever engage without their flashes, but yeah, blast plant, apparently. Betty is doing so much damage though. He chunked Eminem for about half his HP without going anywhere near him that fight.
It's going to be a very, very difficult and uphill battle for Frank.
Yeah.
But they do get a team fight win, if you will, in that case. But it's happening again. Teleport from Maple, he's coming back. And PSG, they're still feeling confident despite what happened.
Yeah.
Magnet Storm not yet available. Solar Flare also will not be. On the other side, it really is only the ultimate here on Betty's Smolder that won't be up.
Yeah, PSG not hitting the Baron. Just sitting in this bush, seeing if they can find something.
Just biding time. Woody. Great entrance, lands onto 2. It's Gemini and Kaiwing, not exactly the targets you want.
Oh, the Smolder does so much damage. Jiang loses his Ghost again.
Yeah, they need to find some way to get onto Betty. Cleanse is not quite up. It will be very, very shortly, though.
Yeah, and Jiang won't have Ghost for this fight.
Okay, now Baron, once again, it is going to be started now finally. It's going down really quickly, but here comes the fight. Archie's going to get locked up. Archie's getting very low. It'll come Woody, finds 2 men, and one of them's Eminem. Featherstorm comes out. Archie very, very low on the backside, though. It is Jiang. He's found Maple. He's not actually able to get the kill, and Pretender whiffs on the Emperor's Divide. Betty is going to have to flash away from it, but now you're down your Azir. Through will come that cease and desist. Gemini's going to get executed. Double kill coming out. Triple kill coming out. Jiang does not have all out available for himself. Fleeing he will be, and there's no more going forward available. The team fight ends as a triple kill, but it's a triple kill in favor of Betty, who shoots Woody back into his team, but Baron will be being picked up now.
Betty's positioning in these fights has been ridiculous. I mean, he dodges out on Pretender's engage. He's just so far away from this Cassante the entire fight as well. They just can't get onto him. He does end up blowing his flash that fight. Finally, they get a flash out of him at least. So good. So good from PSG these last 2 games. I mean, it barely looked like Frank have been in it with a chance, really. They had a couple good engages in these last 2 games.
330 stacks is the current total.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean... And just watch Betty's positioning this fight. So much mayhem in these fights. He's able to get damage out and still just avoid everything. And Pretender sees an opportunity to turn on to Betty, and nice flash from him.
Yeah. Pretender not having flash right there. Does have it now, so if he finds something like that again, Betty will be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, a couple flashes coming up. Maybe an opportunity to take down the Smolder.
You have to.
Yeah.
Smolder has to be your target.
Yeah, they've been going for Maple, who's maybe the easier target in the fights, but...
Oh!
Yeah. Solo carrying these fights.
Yeah, Tower 1 will go down. Rooted up will be Jiang, and the cease and desist coming through. Everything's coming through. Jiang still is living, but will it be for long as Betty will be able to find that execute as he does go godlike. Tower number 2 now. There is no Cassante for the side of Frank. Eminem with a bit of wave clear. Pretender as well. The PSG are going to make sure there's 2 waves pushing, not just the one, as they beat down to that inner in the mid lane. Eminem trying to answer, trying to take out these minion waves, but it's going to be the bot lane now with that inhibitor turret going down. Sandcastle is going to be built here from Pretender as an initiation is found. It's going to be immediate kill found. Junjia going down 4v5 now, but Benny is just throwing absolute nuclear bombs at the side of Frank. Everyone being taken down. It's another double, likely to be a triple. It is a triple. It's going to be eventually, after Junjia gets caught out, Benny once again completely untouched, taking over the team fight and getting it done.
I've never seen a Smolder do this much damage. I mean, he's 2 levels up on the enemy top laner on Smolder. And it's going to be a pretty easy end for PSG.
Yeah, here comes Jiang. He's tuning in one last effort, but that last effort is to no avail. He does pick up the kill on RG. It was a shutdown, but shutdown also with Frank's chances in this series. It's PSG. They're reclaiming their spot as one of the dominant teams, taking down Frank 2-0 in very decisive and clean fashion.
Yeah, I mean, early game, all Aja and Junjia just taking over the map, setting up all their lanes for success, including bot lane. I mean, Aja won top lane, he won mid lane, and he saved bot lane. So early game, he just gets them through a rough early game that they probably should have been behind, especially bot lane, and then Betty just completely takes over. Really nice positioning in a lot of those fights, especially the Dragon fight, where Frank feel like they're getting a ridiculous engage, but you're not finding the key member on the Smolder who's just been free farming all game, and he pilots his champ perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, it truly was really well played.
Holds on to his flash, even gets so fed off of that fight, and then he still has his flash up. Kind of hard.
Yeah.
No one can reach him.
It was insanely well played, of course, by Betty, but I mean, still, it's hard to not give MVP to RJ. I mean, that entire game started off, as you said, winning 2 lanes, saving the other, and getting Jinjia ultimately so far ahead. I think it will ultimately be Betty picking up the MVP because he played so flawlessly outside of lane, so flawlessly in all of those team fights. But it does feel, it sucks to be the top lane tank. It sucks to be the Udyr because this game entirely carried by him to get them to the stage where Betty can carry, and all of the benefits, all the rewards of his hard labor goes to that little punk playing the AD carry role.
Yeah. And I am surprised we didn't see the Udyr ban, and I think Frank definitely regretted it in that second game.
Yeah.
It's understandable because pretty much everyone else has gone away from the Udyr. It's not looked strong at all on any other team, but PSG gets so much done with the Udyr.
And I like how they incorporate it, right? They have Udyr in their top lane, which means you have a solid 100% winning lane.
Yeah.
He is winning his lane. And then instead of just winning his lane, he wins the jungle for you as well. Because you essentially have 2 junglers at many stages of this game, which means that then Jinjia is more powerful to impact the other lanes, which have 2 very, very hard scaling champions. Hui scales fantastically into the game. Smolder, of course, we saw it. The later in the game he gets, the better it feels. And that's kind of the positives of PSG picking this Udyr is they don't just use it to bully their lane, they use it to bully the lane and the jungler to then impact the entirety of the map.
Yeah, and the way they used it on red side is you just kind of get a bonus counter pick. Because if the Udyr is always winning his lane, that may as well be a counter pick, but they're just picking it blind and banning Gnar Jax.
Yeah.
So you've got a winning lane, and then you've still got your red side counter pick reserved for any champ you really want. Yeah, really nice drafts from PSG. I think Frank did have a chance to win it through the draft, but they just, I
mean,
PSG
after level 1, it felt
good.
like it was a massive uphill battle, and they found some early picks. They got that first blood. I believe it was Jiang picking up the first blood on, I believe, Jinjia? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, it was Jinjia.
Yeah,
Jinjia went
he
down,
got the first blood up there. They even found another kill as a 1-for-1, but unfortunately the whole time they're bleeding dragons. They gave over 6 void grubs. At that stage, you have 0 objectives to your name. You've got a bit of gold. You're pretty even in the gold, but in all honesty, any time alone with a tower, then PSG are going to take it. So you're pressured to be answering any split pushes, any sort of side laning. You're also pressured to answer dragons at all given times.
Already, everyone's half HP just purely off the poke from the Hui and the Smolder. And Betty is just hitting this entire fight and is never in any danger. Insta-cleanse on Kaiwing's Q so he can keep hitting. Jinjia has a good fight for himself too, but you know, Jiang just can't get enough done. Can't find his way onto Betty. Look at the damage.
Oh my! Now that is a damage graph.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hui always does the most damage. Kappa.
Oh yeah. 2 games in a row actually Smolder's out-damaged the Hui.
I also want to say, and while largely overlooked, I think Betty's Smolder ults have been better than every other Smolder we've seen. He's actually hitting pretty much everyone with every single one of his ults. And while it's not exactly the most impactful, it does have a slow on it. It does do a reasonable amount of damage. And it gives you stacks every time.
Yeah. Especially if you're at the center, it does some bonus damage too.
Yeah.
Woody with 100% KP.
Yeah, quietly a fantastic game out of him. Arjun, no surprise to see most damage, and no surprise to see Betty's face plastered along the rest of the stats.
Yeah. Really impressive game from Betty. He was looking pretty scary on these hyper carries. And, you know, you have to wonder a bit. Frank did ban the Lucian in that last rotation, just not respecting Betty's Smolder after he had a pretty good game 1 against them.
He had perfectly good game number 1.
Yeah.
7-1, I believe, was his score that game.
Same with the Udyr. They don't respect the Udyr again, and they get taught a pretty difficult lesson, I think.
And that's something that PSG have always been good at, right? Is if they lose a game and they feel like it was a particular champion standing out, they just ban it the next game. They just drop something else and ban it, and then they have answers to some of the meta picks. If they don't have to lane against it, they don't want to. But if they have to, they will. And then they just ban what was the problem in the other game.
Yeah, PSG of any of our teams are the most willing to just disregard the meta and just ban your champs.
Yeah.
You look good on this champ, you don't get it anymore. And maybe Frank needed to do a little bit of that as they prioritize comfort for themselves, but
I mean, Jinji just gets absolutely annihilated. Eminem able to free hit here for a second.
At this point, it was still a 4v5, and that Smolder Q into another Smolder Q. I mean, it feels like he can cast 3 spells and the fight is over at this point in the game.
I wonder how many stacks he finished on.
Probably a lot.
Yeah, probably nearing 400, I'd say. Maybe not quite, but we saw him at 325 the last time we hovered him, which was around mid lane. So he would have been awfully close to 400, I think.
Did we see if he got a 5th item? I'm curious to see what he went for, because he had the Shojin. After his rapid fire, he went for the Shojin.
Yeah.
And I assume just like an LDR after that.
I don't think LDR's that good on Smolder. Do a lot of magic damage.
Nah, you'd be surprised. You actually don't.
I didn't see what he built in any case, but it was a fantastically well-played game from PSG. And honestly, I think this is a really good sign. Once again, as we said before the game, having PSG back in our top 4, obviously in the contenders group.
Yeah.
And after what was the end of the regular stage, looking this strong again means that maybe we have a team that's actually going to compete with CFO. We saw them in game number 2.
Yeah.
Looked like they could. Game number 1 got demolished, but I think now I have really good feelings about their opportunity in this group, and maybe justifies my opinions on them maybe making it up to the top 2. But we're going to go to an interview. It's going to be with Patty and Maple. We will be back right after, so do remain here.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 PSG 的中路选手 Maple， 请 Maple 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的中路 Maple。
Congratulations on winning today. You were able to beat FAK, which is a very strong team. How are you feeling right now that you guys won them? 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛。你们今天对上的是 FAK， 也展现了自己的强度及实力，他们也是非常强的队伍。你们现在赢下比赛，感觉心情如何？
就很开心吧，因为我们其实之前几周的状态不是很好，所以这修正了蛮多问题吧，就是从失败中学习。
I'm really happy right now because previous weeks we had kind of had a little up and downs in our condition. So this week we fixed our problems and did well. So I'm really happy about today's win. So your team picked Smolder 2 times today. How do you feel about this champion? How would you rate this champion? 你们今天选了2场的史矛德，你们对这支新英雄的评价为何？
史矛德的话我们队伍觉得就是对线一般吧，但是打到中后期的话，影响力就非常大，所以感觉对线没问题的话，就可以直接输。
So we think that Smolder is in the laning phase is average, but when you go to the late or mid or late game, it's a really effective champion. So I think if laning is okay, you can choose this champion. It's very OP in the late and mid game. Actually, PSG's performance was a little up and down previously, but you showed that your team can still play strong today. What do you think was the problem previously? 其实 PSG 这几周表现略微起伏，但你们刚刚证明了你们自己。想知道你认为之前的问题出在哪里？
之前的话就感觉有点发病吧，就是版本没有抓好，就是我们的版本理解就是有点差吧，然后所以选了一些比较不好赢的英雄，所以这几周我觉得我们应该说这一周吧，我们抓到版本的英雄，所以就赢得比较轻松。
I think our team wasn't very clear about what champions to pick for the patch for the meta, so that was the problem about our team. But this week, we found out the right way to choose champions in this meta. So I think overall, our team condition got better and was able to win today's game. So, do you have anything you want to say to fans? 有什么话想要对粉丝们说的吧？
就最近场外有些风波，但大家不用太担心我的状态，我最近状态还不错，然后。之后的比赛，我觉得我们会复仇，就是 CFO 还有 DCG。
So there are some things that happen outside of the game, but don't worry about me too much. I'm going to try my best with the game and play effectively and play well. So I'm going to take revenge on CFO and DC. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Maple 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Mountain。
Wow. I mean, I think as we found out what champions to pick means Smolder was unlocked, and so now Betty's unleashed. I think that's what that means.
I think before I believe him, though, I'm going to have to see them without the Udyr.
You reckon?
Yeah. I will have to see them.
Did a lot of... It's looking like a bit of a crutch. It's looking like a bit of a crutch, some of these games. I mean, both of the games almost single-handedly were in the lead because of RJ finding such amazing sort of early games on the Udyr. And I want to say also their most recent series against DCG, they only won their one game in that series because RJ absolutely popped off on Nah. I mean, this guy, he's a little under the radar in many ways.
Because he's just sacking his lane completely just to put his team ahead. And yeah, when you give him a lane bully, he can
Bully the
pull
lane.
that off. When you give him Aatrox, he can scale into team fights. And 2-0 for PSG, 2-0 for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to expect going into the CFO series, in fairness. But after seeing game one, I was pretty certain it would be a 2-0. I had a feeling that we weren't going to see the PSG that we saw last week. I was pretty certain coming into today that they have so many great players, so many big names on their roster. It wasn't going to look the same. And now with that, there is a bit of a switch up in the standings. We now have PSG in third because they have a better game differential. CFO clearly in first after taking down BYG, and Frank are only 1 win above PSG after that loss. So PSG, if they win the next 2, if Frank lose any of them, it will be PSG in the top 2. I think it's safe to say CFO will be one of those top 2.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's games, the one that we've all been waiting for. J-Team versus DCG. The winner of that almost guarantees themselves as coming as that 5th seed, getting better seeding. And then we have a bit of a for-fun game. It has no impact on the standings. Importantly, West Point do want to still pick up a win. It's going to be West Point versus Halpigs.
Yeah, I'm expecting fireworks, especially in Game 2.
Yeah.
Game 1 could be a very tense series. It's going to mean a lot, probably, deciding your seeding. And it could be the difference between playing against the strongest teams out of the LJL and the LCO and the second-place team.
Yeah.
So, you know, could be very impactful for how well your playoff run ends up going.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I mean, going ahead of it, I don't know too much what I expect coming out of it, but after their last series, it was an absolute thriller. Halpigs West Point last series, an absolute thriller. We have the potential to have the greatest night of the PCS for entertainment value we've ever had. You're going to want to be there. We are going to close out now, but tomorrow I will see you.
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so alive. One last didn't want to say goodbye. Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so